printed, oh, I gotta go grab it.
Yeah, yeah.
That's the budget we'll be going over.
Yeah, I forgot to print the agenda.
It's okay, I have the full agenda already on.
Well, hypothetically, everybody in the committee has their last name. Everybody in the committee, you could space everybody apart, not 6 feet, but 3 feet, and those that feel uncomfortable, just go home. Yeah. You know, if you really want to go above and beyond, mandate that everybody when they walk in here, they sanitize their hands.
That's why I usually, there's more, and they put on the base, but there's more for every single one.
Hello.
You've met her before, virtually. She's our budget officer, so she'll be
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
I'll be upstairs though, just because I have to stay next to you.
Jay, what do you
Otherwise,
say?
I'd be down here.
I sit over here. And with the package.
Okay, where is that? Is that?
In the printer. Yeah, but I also gotta get, need this one clicker and
No, I need two clickers or 4 stickers.
four stickers. Do you have the application? Yeah.
There's the check, there's the application. My insurance is the one that has the addresses, which is the registration, has my application.
Okay, perfect.
There's the thing, it's all signed.
All good to go. I'll go back down with this.
Nice. Only 10? Can I do that? Everybody has that, a quick temperature scan? I don't know how much those cost. The automatic ones.
Depends how much, depends on the system you want. Some ones are like automated where you can have 8 people come in at once and it'll pick up all their temperatures. That's already $10,000.
No, no, no. Just put the ones that you stand in front of
One
them.
by one, that's it.
And it verbalizes your temperature. So you don't even have to have, like.
Well, you can not pull off the, you can put where it's 2 zones. 1 zone for
Oh, yeah.
access, yeah.
So most places that I go, that's what they use.
Well, the NBA part of them, that's what they use.
Yeah.
I go back there and get some more training.
For emergency management.
Go lock myself in.
Well, tell Allison and see if you know.
You know Frank?
Huh?
You know Frank? Yeah, Frank helped me with getting the FDAN mobile vaccination units. That's what we did right now over there last week. He helped me with that.
I saw too many.
Yeah.
It costs a lot of money. Such the old.
Good evening. Phone number 305-318-7646. Can you please identify yourself?
Yeah.
Perfect. You know, I'll hold it for you.
Don't forget to bring me the agenda.
Good evening, Melissa. Can you hear me?
Hello, testing.
Perfect. Thank you. I was also testing my volume here just to make sure I can be heard.
George, so it's been such a long time.
See what I mean, man?
Marquito is coming too.
Let me get your temperature real quick and then I'll set you over
There you
all
go.
your documents.
Esa me la ibas a tomar cuando como los niños chiquitos. Me iba a bajar los pantalones.
Good evening, Manny. Good to see you. Good evening, phone number 305-318. Can you please identify yourself?
Arlene hasn't showed up for 3 days. And the 4 hasn't shown up? Dino Gonzalez showed up for 1. That was it.
Good evening, Barbara. Good to see you. Good to have you here.
You know, I haven't either. No. I don't even think he's on this, he knows he's on this board. Robert. Hey, son. Hey, how are you? Aquí at Miami Lakes town meeting, but it hasn't started yet. How are you? Yeah. All right, Puppy. Good night. I love you. Have a good time. Be safe. Be careful driving. Okay. Text me what time I need to pick you up at the airport Friday. All right. Love you. Bye. Bye.
Hello?
Good evening.
Hi, Jeremy.
Hey, Barbara.
Hi, Manny.
Hey, Barbara.
You're on mute.
Good to see you, Barbara.
Jeremy, you're on mute.
You can't hear me right now?
Still on mute.
You should be able to hear me through the help desk line. No?
You're still muted, Jay.
Give me.
You hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Are you guys able to hear me now?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
Perfect, perfect. So yeah, I had to go and toggle on the help desk since we're here on microphones. Good to see you, Barbara. Good to see you, Manny.
Okay.
Hi.
Phone number 305-318. Can you please unmute and identify yourself?
This is Elsa Bergoya.
Good evening, Elsa. Great to have you here. I'm going to go ahead and rename you. We currently have 6 of our advisory board members. We're missing 1 more for quorum. Once we do get that member in, we will go ahead and commence our meeting.
Is Anson on there? Okay.
Good evening, phone number 208, area code 208. Can you please unmute and identify yourself? I was just advised we will have our 7th board member joining in shortly.
Okay.
Welcome, William. Good to see you again. Give me 2 minutes really quickly. I'm just confirming with IT that we are live on the streaming services.
Hello everyone, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Just finished work a couple of minutes ago, so couldn't make it any earlier. Apologies.
Oh, I'm still working.
Multitasking these days, right?
How come they make this meeting so early?
We have to be courteous to all of our NSDs, and I actually rotate you guys through the 3 different time slots. So sometimes we've met at 7, sometimes 8:30, and now we drew the short straw on the quick time.
Sounds like a plan.
All right, I just got the okay from IT. We are live. I will go ahead and pass it on over to Chairperson Cruz. The floor is yours.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for being here. We're going to start the meeting, so I'm going to go ahead and call the meeting to order, and I'm going to go ahead and are we going to do our Pledge of Allegiance or just go straight to the roll call? So I'll go there. Jorge Llerena.
Okay, roll call. William Garcia. William?
He's here.
Okay. Jesus Mendoza.
No.
Nope. Omero's here.
Yes.
Anson Christensen. Arlene Soto Rasile. Nope. Daniel Poe.
Nope.
Absent.
Absent. Marcos Gutierrez. Present. Eno Gonzalez.
No. Absent.
I'm here. Eddie Sedeno.
Absent.
Barbara Paz.
Here.
Present. Okay. Manny Valle. Here. Y Elsa Bergoya.
Present.
Present. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have 7. We have quorum.
So we have quorum. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and go to public comments. Is anyone from the public out there?
At this moment, I have no pre-recorded comments, nor do I see anyone in the public wishing to speak.
Okay, so no
So
public.
there's nobody here, so we're going to go with all business. Mr. Llerena, we're going to go ahead and approval of the minutes from March 24.
Okay, everybody should have a copy of the previous minutes. Any comments, any additions, deletions, or can we approve it?
I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to approve the minutes from last time.
I second.
So everybody in favor, aye?
Aye.
All right.
Aye.
Aye.
So motion passes. So we're going to go ahead and move to old business item 8. We got that B, guardhouse, the RFP, a scope timeline. Jeremy and myself, we've been talking about it. We've had a couple of meetings, and I believe you have something that you want to share with us today.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure, go ahead and just be transparent to the board and advise that I have met already with Homero on site. We went ahead, walked through the potential renovations of what we talked about in previous meetings and what we want to see in the guardhouse. And with that, we were able to draft a ITB, basically looking at the full scope of what we wish to do. I was able to speak over specs and all of that, and I just wanted to read into the record the scope of what we're looking at. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to open it up. Okay. The scope of work is going to include the replastering of all damaged stucco and sections of keystone, the removal of existing windows and exterior doors, install of eco or similar grade hurricane impact windows and doors. Oh, sorry. The removal of existing and interior tile and the installation of new 12 by 12 porcelain tile with gray tones. The removal of existing countertop, table, and furnish a new working space countertop. The removal of existing toilets and installation of new ADA accessible toilets. The removal of existing sinks and install ADA accessible sinks. The removal of the interior doors and replacement with 6-panel hollow core doors. Removal of existing baseboard and or tile and the installation of 4-inch wood baseboards. The repainting of both the interior and exterior walls. The town, by the town, this means the committee, we'll actually decide the color swatches for interior and exterior at a later time. Painting will include 2 coats of paint. The removal of drop ceiling and components. I had to preface there, as there are some of the guardhouses that still have the old AC units still up there. In these places, we wouldn't remove the drop ceiling. Rewiring of all electrical components to include all switches, lighting, breaker box, breakers, and the adding of ground fault circuit interrupter receptacles in the bathrooms, and ensuring that all exterior outlets are also GFI receptacles. Painting of roof tiles, the town to provide the color swatches at a later time, and all permitting necessary will be handled through the town. Locations are all 4 guardhouses, split between Royal Oaks East and Royal Oaks West. The purpose of this was just to give you an update to the committee as the direction that was given to us, to the chair and myself to work and build this. I just wanted to read in, these are the components of what we're looking to put out with an estimated commencement around June 1st, if this all went forward. Now, we don't have the pricing yet. This is mainly the scope that I'm just going over so we can agree on it before we move forward. This scope and this ITB will give us more of an idea of what we need to look for in the future if we are going to be pursuing these renovations. Any questions? I do know Secretary mentioned that I was going a little quick there, but are there any questions on the scope?
Real quick, is there companies already lined up for this, or RFPs? Or?
No. So this is all we have done is draft the scope. We then built over the past week and a half since I last met with Homero, we built the ITB with procurement, and we just want to make sure it's good on your end before we go ahead and push it out for pricing.
Can Homero help us in obtaining a good price? Now that that he's a general contractor, maybe he can get us a good price doing that stuff.
It's going to have to go through the full ITB process, and by delivering the scope and delivering some of the items within this, he himself would be exempt from bidding on this. Now, once we do push it out to any companies in the area, by all means, I can reach out and make sure they're added on the distribution list. And then once we receive the ITBs and it actually goes through an evaluation, we'll be picking the best price that meets the criteria that we're requesting.
Chair, I have a question.
Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, it looks like the whole scope of work is good. Are we doing the landscaping on a different scope of work?
That
Okay.
will be on a different scope of work.
Okay, all
So
right.
we don't go above the
Okay.
percentage on the budget.
Got it.
That's the whole idea. And obviously, we're gonna get at least a minimum of three bids from contractors, right?
Yeah, we'll be putting out through our normal procurement process. We'll put it online as well as anything within our local reach that we can reach out to. We'll use recent contractors also that we use that are in the town system, and they'll all be pushed notifications.
And we, as a committee, can make a decision on, let's say we have 3 prices and they're close, and we gotta choose between the 3 of them. The committee can make a decision, or the council will do that?
It will be brought into, Danny, correct me if I'm wrong, with the ITB, it's going to go before an evaluation committee that's put together, correct?
Good evening, everybody. Yeah, so part of this procurement process, it would exceed the threshold of the manager's approval, so it will require council approval. We're anticipating over $15,000, so it will require council approval.
Thank you, Angel.
Not a problem.
Any more questions?
By any chance, you have an idea how much that will cost? Any figure?
On our end, we haven't gone out, so I wouldn't have that figure. I don't know if Homero has a guesstimate he would throw out.
No, but I can do some numbers and see where we can be. So the committee has an idea where the contractor should be at. Yeah, we could do that. I think that would be a good idea, Manny.
Yeah, just to have an idea, how much it would cost.
Yeah. I can do that. I can probably have that ready by next week.
Fine. Thank you.
So we can move now to item C, CCTV upgrades.
So this is an item that has been kind of lingering there. We've been waiting to hear back from our security vendor on securing a good price from them. Their vendors have been non-responsive. So with that, I actually went to looking through our gate repair vendor, who their contract is actually automated services entirely. With that, they also manage, they have a closed circuit sub that they use, and they were telling me they can probably look at doing each district, so 2 guard houses for about 3,000. It was 6,000 for each district, so 3,000 and 3,000. Now this is a scope of 180-degree cameras installed at the top of the guardhouse. So we would be capturing for 167th and 168th, both lanes, and as well as the guard. The bigger plus to this, outside of us just reinstalling and having new rewired CCTV cameras, is going to be a little bit of quality assurance on the guards. Now we'll be able to keep an eye of them, and our security vendor can keep an eye on them too, live, as well as the retroactive and going back after any damages. Having these CCTV cameras and having the recorded on a DVR, we'll actually be able to use that footage in any cases of any discrepancies we have with any motor vehicleist that drives into the gatehouse, which we have had problems with. And without sufficient paper backing of the incident, in some cases we're not able to go after the driver.
And those LPR, those in cash that?
So the LPR is, and that's the process we're going through right now with PD. We're going through them, and it's a little bit more of an extensive process versus if I had just the individual's number, I can contact them, and I have video footage. The process itself is much quicker.
Real quick, this CCTV, what's the storage going to be like? Cloud-based, on-site?
That would be to the discretion. I was looking more at the hard drive on site. That way, it's only accessible by the security vendor and only accessible by police when requested. They can go ahead and they usually come with their, they'll come with their USB. They'll pull the entire hour, 2 hours of footage, and they'll be storing it right then and there. That way, it's a little bit less of an issue of security reasons by putting it cloud-based. That can be changed by the board if they wish to go another route, but that's what I was looking at with the automated services vendor.
No, I like that idea, just to store it on site and not have a cloud that might not be accessible when you need it or whatever. So on site is.
Anyone else on the CCTV? Any questions?
From this end.
So we're okay with it? Okay, so we can move
Are they going to install it then?
No, this is the first time that I bring back pricing, and I bring it just before you as a consideration as we are going to soon move into discussions of budget. I just wanted to make sure that I brought that back before, because I know it's been about 2 meetings since I haven't been able to bring back pricing, so I wanted to clear that up in case there is any considerations moving forward.
And you will let us know about the price and all that and terms and things like that, right?
Correct. So I just wanted to bring you the ballpark figures. The vendor will actually be able to come out not next week, the week after, and they'll be able to give me a full scope of service. But they were also, one of the big question marks was exactly what Secretary Llerena brought up. That's going to change the price component as well. If we went IP and we went complete digital, it would be more expensive. So I can finalize that, but it's just so you guys have a palette, really, of what this project could entail with a dollar figure.
Okay, sounds good. So we're okay with it, so we can move forward to item 5, new business. Anything that we want to bring into new business, anyone?
Do we have to vote on the CCTV upgrade?
I don't have a motion in previous meetings. I have the motion just to secure pricing from the security vendor, SFM. I wasn't able to do that. So if you wanted to, there's not a finite number. All I've gotten is a range. Now, if you guys want to just make a motion for clarity that you want me to pursue the finite number, I'll
That's
pursue the
okay,
finite number.
yeah. Go ahead, Elsa, propose the motion.
I would like to propose a motion for Jeremy to get a finite number for the CCTV cameras.
Okay, I'll go ahead and I'll second that motion. So let's take a vote. Everybody in favor, aye?
Aye.
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 Motion passes.
Jeremiah, those cameras gonna install in every guardhouse?
Yes, one on every guardhouse. And they're...
And it will get everybody coming in and going out?
So that's the other thing that we're going to look at. We have a few options, but my understanding is that the main focal point for us is really that that entrance and keeping an eye on the guard as well. I'll bring back pricing for both options, but with the 180 camera on the entrance side of it, we'll be able to capture residential lanes and visitor lanes. However, the exit on 79th and the exit on 162nd wouldn't be captured if we went one only. But I will be bringing in both options.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Both exits. You know.
On the new business, Jeremy, I spoke with you when we were doing the RFP for the guardhouses. Maybe we can bring it up now. It would be nice and see what the committee thinks. In all 4 entrances, to have the name of Royal Oaks, because we are Royal Oaks.
Before we step into that, just for...
You want to move forward and leave that for at the end?
No, it's not to leave it for the end. It's parliamentarian. I want to actually go ahead and hold our 2021 elections.
Okay, go ahead.
We'll get that once we have... if there is any structure change, we're aware of it and everyone knows what entity they have to act in. But I want to get that out of the way and then we can continue to the new business.
Okay, let's do that. Then let's go to item A, elections 2021. So it's all yours.
With that, we'll be opening, as everyone knows, advisory board members and committee board members, their positions of officers are for 1 calendar year. So I'm going to open the floor to the committee for any nominations. We have 3 seats to potentially refill or fill, and that is going to be for the chair, vice chair, and secretary. Do we have any nominations from the committee?
Well, I think Homero should stay where he's at, you know, he's doing a good job.
Is that a motion?
I agree.
Yeah. That's a motion.
In that motion.
So there
He
is
like the headaches.
a motion and second, motion from Manny Vaina and seconded by William Garcia. Any discussion on the matter? Would there be anything that might restrict you, Homero, from serving in that entity? Okay. With that, I will go ahead and call this motion to a vote. All those in favor to have Mr. Homero Cruz as our chair for the Royal Oaks Neighborhood Service Districts. The
Aye.
ayes? Yeah, there we
Aye.
go. Aye. Any noes? Seeing none, the motion passes. Congratulations again, Homero.
Thank you for the trust. And let's keep working.
And Mr. Guerrera, he's doing a hell of a job too. So,
Yeah,
Thank
you're doing a great job.
Thank
yeah.
you.
You are.
You are, yeah.
With that, we will go ahead and look to secure a nomination for the vice chair.
Who's the vice chair this time?
Marcos Gutierrez.
Okay, keep it.
I have
I make a motion to keep him.
I'd like to second that motion. Marco works hard too.
Thank you.
Have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the matter?
No.
Seeing none, I'll go ahead and call this to a vote. All of those in favor of having Marcos Gutierrez sit as our vice chair, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Congratulations, Marcos. Thank you again for volunteering here, and we appreciate everything you do.
Thank you.
If it's not broken, don't try to fix it, you know?
I have an idea what's going to happen next, but I'm going to go ahead and bring up the secretary position. The floor is now open for nominations on our secretary.
Secretary has done an outstanding job, and there's a lot of writing to do.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh,
So,
Llerena. It's
I'll
better.
make a motion to keep Mr. Llerena as
second
our
the motion.
secretary.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the matter?
Who was the second?
No.
The second was Marcos.
Oh, Mark.
Seeing no discussion, I will go ahead and call this to vote. All of those in favor of the motion to have George Llerena serve as our secretary, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Congratulations, and thank you once again, George, for all the work you do. George also keeps me making sure as the parliamentarian of the group that I'm staying focused as well. With that, I do want to also say thank you to all the other board members that are here actively day in and day out that we are meeting and that I am sending out emails and you guys are responding. Your work is really the work of your entire community and the entire Royal Oaks neighborhood together. So you guys speak for a lot of individuals, and so I appreciate you guys being here and dedicating your time, and the town itself understands that you guys are a valuable asset. So I appreciate everything you guys do.
Definitely, yes.
Thank you.
We have to keep an eye in our neighborhood. We don't do it.
With that, Chair Homero, I want to go ahead and also inform you. So we are getting into our preliminary budget discussions, and I know you have some items that you want to bring forward. I do have the budget officer here with us today. We have drafted a budget, which I'm going to put up. Actually, Melissa will be putting up on the screen shortly. But I wanted to try to get through this, as this might take most of our time this evening. And we only have until 7 o'clock to meet today, because there are other meetings after us. So I want to make sure we take a good amount of time at the first shot at this budget. Talk a little bit about it. If there are any major changes, we'll start prepping to bring this before you guys at the next month's meeting to finalize and have it ready for our budget deadlines. Is that okay with you,
Yeah,
Chair?
I'm okay with it. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to go step away really quick and pass on the co-host to Melissa, and then she'll go ahead and step in.
Good evening, everyone.
Let
me make sure. Jeremy, can you share this? Can you allow me to share the screen? Let's see. Jeremy? Jeremy?
He stepped away from it.
I think he went to
no,
check
I was
something.
able to share it.
Oh.
You should be, there you go. You should be able to now.
Hold on. Can you guys see? Let me see. How do I... Bear with me.
Need LASIK.
Can you guys see the Excel spreadsheet or no?
Can you make it a little bigger?
But you can see it?
Yes.
Okay, that's my concern. Is that helpful if I make it bigger like that?
There we go.
Everyone can see?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay.
Yes.
So we are going to start with Royal Oak Section 1. The number of units or homes within that district is 589. The current assessment rate is $706.89. This is what we anticipate to collect from those assessments, the $416,000. However, we do reduce it by 20 for a 5% adjustment in case of people who pay early, or if there's they're able to receive a discount. Bigger, you said? I'm sorry. I hear you muffled.
Can you hear like that? There we go.
Hello?
Board Member Bergoya, we're having a little bit of feedback on your end. If you're not meaning to speak with us, if you can mute yourself, please. Thank you.
No te oyes mucho.
Okay, as I was saying, so we anticipate to collect 416,000 in the assessment rate. However, due to the fact that some people may pay early or they may have a delayed in payment, we have a 5% reduction from that, just in case.
I can't understand.
We have $3,000 that is a wash in the sense that we also have $3,000 budgeted on the expense side
Melissa.
For transponders.
Melissa, I'm sorry to interrupt, but the feedback here is a little muffled. Is there any way to speak maybe a little closer to the mic? Or the other option is, I don't know if it might be better to call in with your phone for the audio.
Let me try that. Let's see. I apologize, guys, for the inconvenience. Give me 1 second.
It is 666-475-152.
Hello?
Hello?
Does this work?
Yeah, but you'd have to turn off the audio on your computer. Because if not, you're going to have an echo.
Okay, let me figure this out. Give me 1 second. I muted my cell phone. No.
I'm going to go ahead and mute you. Let me see if IT can help her. The only constant is change, right?
Is she in the building by any chance?
Up top.
She can't. Oh, got it. Yeah. No problem. Yeah.
Yeah, Melissa, I know that you do have a good amount, I think she's still with us. Yes, I know you have a good amount of your spreadsheets open on multiple computers. Is there any option for you, the board is wondering if you can come downstairs? If not, also another viable option is they feel confident having the budget in front of them, and those at home can view it. If there's any questions, we can go ahead and accept those questions.
Can't you use your microphone, Jeremiah?
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello? Hey.
Jeremy,
Yes,
can she email the budget to us?
I can email it to you. Yes, I can do it myself now from here. Let me go ahead and do that so you can pull it up.
Exactly.
Hello? Is it work now?
Yes,
Yeah.
and now I hear you clear.
You guys can hear me clearly?
Yes.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah.
Okay. Hallelujah. I'm so sorry for that. Let's try this again. Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay. So, at the end of the current fiscal year, we are anticipating to carry over $73,000. Part of that $73,000 goes into your budget for next year. Your security guard services, we're going to move now into our expenses. The security guard services are $305,354. We have some direct and indirect costs for overhead expenses, administrative overhead expenses that total $40,000. If you notice, if you compare it to prior year and even what we're projecting to end this year, it's a little bit less than what it was last year at $27,000 as opposed to the $28,000. And then we move into our regular operating expenses, the janitorial services. We were spraying the guard houses due to COVID. However, at the end of this current month, April, we will cease continuing the spraying of the guard houses, and we will also not be budgeting that in the next budget cycle. You have
Can I ask you a
telephone.
question at this point?
Yes, absolutely. Go ahead.
So on line 148, right? I'm just trying to understand if we have any comparison on what we used to pay when this was under the administration of the county.
Yes, I can pull that up. Give me a second.
And this is only to be educated in the event the residents ask, right?
I can tell you off the top of my head from what I remember, I believe it was somewhere in the neighborhood of like 40,000. So it is definitely a savings to all of you as compared to what you were paying with the county now being underneath the umbrella of the town. But I do not have that handy at the moment, but I can get that to you. Let me see if I can pull it up really quick. But let me make a note just in case I cannot. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and move along, and after I finish this presentation, you continue on with your meeting. I will look for it with more time, and I'll have Jeremy email it to all of you if that's okay with you, sir.
That'll work. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Moving along. So you have your telephone services at $576, an average of $48 for both guardhouses. And then we're going to have freight and postage, which was not a line item that we had in prior years. It was actually charged to another line item. Now we're rectifying that, and we are doing this based on the number of units at 51 cents per mail out for 5 meetings. Now, if you anticipate to have more than 5 meetings within the year, then you will essentially be going over budget on this line item. You have electricity at 3,000, water and sewer at 1,000. Also, a new line item in the current budget is property insurance, and for the guardhouses. it's anticipated to be at $1,035. Repair and maintenance, we lowered that going into this new budget year to $5,000. Extermination services pretty much is staying the same at about $400. Gate repairs, $8,000. Printing and binding, $100 for whatever mail outs we may do to the community. General advertisements, what we advertise in the Miami Laker of when you guys will be hosting meetings. So it allows the community to be able to attend. Again, as I mentioned earlier about the transponders in the revenue section, it's kind of a wash here on the expense side. And you have $13,000 budgeted for the LPR license software license, I'm sorry. I'm gonna move down to the contingency reserve. It is by resolution to have a 10% in contingency reserve. Taking that into account, what you would have left over for any infrastructure projects you may want to do, any renovations to your guardhouse would be about $43,000. Is there any questions so far?
Yeah, I have
one question. What's that $8,000 item, emergency LED boom replacement? That's when we replaced the.
So that is our gate repairs line item. While I mentioned earlier, we're still going through the acts of claiming back any damages. There's still a fee that we're carrying and basically a carryover until we can close out items. I've only been able to close out 3 accidents amongst all security gatehouses.
So that figure, those repairs have been $8,000?
We're just actually, I want to say, Mel, let me see, where's it at? We're anticipating around 7,500,
right,
more or less. And if it goes back to how frequent we had incidents when we first installed these gates, it will exceed, it'll get close to that 8,000, if not exceed it.
And you forecast that we'll be able to recover how much of that?
So right now, I don't have an amount I can tell you we can cover. I can tell you we've been able to recover 3 accidents. We have 5 pending with sufficient information to go after, and then we have another 11 that we're still waiting confirmation from the individual to reach back out to us, whether they fight it or don't. We have just enough guard information reports to keep them. Now there are 4 accidents that there's not sufficient information in which we will not be able to recoup any of those funds.
Yeah, I have a question on the holiday cost. It's showing 13,601, and why did it go up so much from the 4,000?
So let me reshare my screen. Give me 1 second. Okay, so if you notice when I scroll back up, the bottom line is the same. You see that it's 305 at the beginning of the current budget year, and it's still 305 for next year. So what happened here is that what I'm doing, if you notice that the amended, it says 300 and then it says 291. I'm reflecting it accurately as to what really is the holiday cost. That's all. It's just showing accurately at what it is. There's no change to what your contract amount is. You're not going to be paying more than what is the contract amount, which is what you see there. So it's just reflecting accurately the amount of hours for the holiday cost, which is 11 holidays. Does that answer your question? Do you have a follow-up question?
No. So it's just a different way of accounting for it. It's not that it really.
Yeah, that's really what the holiday cost is, and then really what the regular hours are, regular hour costs are.
Okay, that's fine.
And those co are making $17 an hour?
The regular hourly rate is $17.17, and then the holiday hour, which is time and a half, is $25.76. So if you take
I hope that they do a good job with $17 an hour, let me tell you.
Well,
that's a lot of money.
It's contractual, sir. Any other questions that I may answer anyone?
No, Jamie, I just have a follow-up. After we put up the signs, do we have a system in place where when there is damage now that this thing doesn't straggle on and we can recoup it quickly?
Recoup, you're saying as far as the process?
Yeah, the damages. Because
Yeah,
the
so
longer
if-
it goes, the harder it is, right?
The biggest thing is getting sufficient information, and I've actually had to go back with some of the vendors more and more times to make sure they're recouping sufficient information where I can go after the individual, not just make and model, not just tag in some cases, not just and getting actual contact information for the driver as well, and getting making sure that the police is always involved. In some of these cases, PD wasn't informed. There's no police case. So it becomes a he said, she said issue. And that's where I'm going back and forth now. Now I am pursuing using, trying to use the LPRs and using PD to go and find out the individuals, but that's where that limbo we're in.
Right,
Without,
no, but what I'm saying is, going forward, do we have a process now?
yes, yes. Now guards are forced to call police for any accident period. PD is issuing right then and there police cases, and we are also utilizing the LPRs to make sure that we can still gather information.
Yeah, it's just you know, annoying. Not you, but annoying that people damage these things and then they don't pay the, you know, the repairs in a quickly, timely manner. Yeah.
So I'd also like to make a note that when we first took over from the county, what you were paying in security costs was about $374,000. So you are essentially saving, compared to when you were under the county, at $305 now.
About 20%, yeah.
Just wanted to make that statement. Any other questions?
Just to recoup the so the reserve that we have currently, the budget excess is about $43,000. I'm looking at the east side. For the east.
Do you want me to come to move into the east, or are we done with section 1?
No, but the 43,000 was for which section? That you said it looks like we have.
So right now I'm only on section 1. I haven't moved into east yet. But if you would like me to, I can move on to east.
No, it's okay. I just got a question. When you say that 43,000, does
Yes.
that's not touching the reserve?
Section 1 is 42,000.
Okay.
And then what you can propose to renovate your guardhouse is 43. Or if there's any other motion to do something else with those funds, that's up to for you and your discussion. But this is only for section 1. Like those 43,000 can only be for section 1.
Right.
Section 1 is the west side, no?
Correct.
Any other questions? Would you like me to move on to east?
Yeah, move on to the east, please.
Great. So in Royal Oaks East, you have 533 units. The assessment rate is 706, which would leave the assessment that would come in as revenue at 377,000. As I mentioned before, you have a 5% reduction in case of people who pay early or there's a delayed payment, whatnot. The same thing as I mentioned earlier with the transponders. The projected carry forward balance depending on how this year ends is 74,000. Now, something I failed to mention when I was discussing section 1 is that this amount may change depending on how you end the year. It may go up or it may go down. I do not see a significant change. If anything, it may be somewhere around $6,000, if that. So just keeping that in mind, that this amount may change and that amount may not necessarily stay at 74,000, but that would be an amendment that would be done later on in the year. So your security guard services are the same as above, the 305. You have your overhead expenses, which is 8.5% of your operating expenses. That's why this amount is a little bit different from the one above. The same thing, janitorial services, 3,120. Telephone service, 576. Freight and postage, as I mentioned before, it's done based on 5 meetings at 51 cents per mail out per unit. Electricity, 3,100. Water and sewer, 2,000. Property insurance, 879. Repair and maintenance. I'm sorry, does someone have a question? No? I thought I heard something. Repair and maintenance at 6,000. Extermination services, 4,000. Gate and equipment repairs, 8,000. Printing and binding, 100. General advertisement, 350. Transponders, it ends up being a wash with the revenue above. And computer software licenses at 13,000. Now, this district is a little bit different in the sense that you do not have as much infrastructure money available. And your reserve is also 10% of the budget, which is 39,000. Any questions so far?
Yeah, I have a question. On top,
Okay.
I see here in the east side, for vehicle hourly rate, $1.55, which I don't see that on section 1.
That's a line I should have hidden. My apologies.
Well, what indeed is that? Is it calculated anywhere in the budget?
No, I don't have that calculated on my work. Any other questions? That may have been from prior years that I copied.
Okay. So just to clarify, Melissa, that doesn't
Yes.
translate into any cost, right?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
No, I think we're fine. Yeah, we're good.
Okay.
Thank you.
I will hand it back. Go ahead, sir. I'm sorry I interrupted you.
No, he was just closing out, Mel. I thank you for that and the explanation. At this point, just what we did was we actually came a little bit earlier in the year with the budgets before you, just so we have more time to beat it up if there were a good amount of questions. Our goal will be to send this back out to you and probably get it approved at the next meeting. We'll meet our deadlines, but I think this might give us, just because we have just the exact amount to meet quorum, by giving us another month, we can send it out to all the board members and really also look at mailing it out to all the residents so they're also aware before we go ahead and adopt it at the next meeting, if that's the direction this board wants to move forward with.
Great idea, and if anybody has any input, then we can discuss that on a later meeting. So,
Jamie, I got a question, and not to harp on this issue, but because those units are fairly new, and it's just mind-boggling that the people that have hammered them with that kind of damage. How many incidents, more or less, per side have there been?
It's not proportional. Royal Oaks East has seen a fair share more than any other of the districts. That includes even outside of the Royal Oaks neighborhoods. We are seeing...
How many do you think, just a guess?
If I had to put it together, between both districts, we're in the neighborhood of probably, since we installed them, probably around 30 accidents. I would say you're looking at maybe 20 and 10, something along those lines.
So that's about $500 a pop, more or less, right?
Right around there. And
So-
there's some, in some cases, if the entire gate is
Right.
completely, the LED boom is not replaceable, that's $600 plus the normal 500.
So just, and I'm sorry, because I know we've
No,
gone
no,
over
no.
this before, but real briefly, what's the process? I know the sign says there's a minimum of how much, 500, what's the minimum it says?
Correct.
in the
There's no minimum there. It just says damages will be assessed. Now, the
Right.
minimum fee we've charged so far is $325, because that is a simple reinstallation of the gate arm and
Right.
straightening of the gate arm.
So what incentive does someone have to just pay it quickly rather than drag it on? Is there something we could put on, like penalties, if it's not resolved by a certain time? I know that's probably a legal question, but...
We
thi-
can
this
look
just-
into it, but at this point, I mean, when I have run into a resident that's hit it, they rather pay the fee than go through any insurance. So typically the way we're pushing it is, rather than us going through your insurance, we're trying to handle it directly with you guys
Right.
first. And
So-
we're with the invoice direct, so they see it's the only cost of repairs, and that's all they're being assessed.
So what's really changed is the police come, they get the insurance information, and you kind of say, listen, we're either going to contact your insurance with this police report.
That's the
You're going to
process.
pay a lot more than that, or we need it paid, right?
That's the process. Now, the only issue that we've ran into is when we have a guard report only, no police report, and then the driver, once contacted, is stating that something completely different happened. Then that becomes an issue. We have curved it because I have put in training protocols with the vendors where now every accident must require a police report. So that's going to help us as far as getting the actual documentation of the accidents. And then securing the sufficient information on the driver is also delaying us. In some cases, we just have a tag. In some cases, we have the insurance company. In some cases, we have the full details of the driver. Phone number, license, everything.
And you usually just charge the damage amount, or do you
Correct.
charge a little more?
The damage amount.
Okay, I'd like to propose a motion that, I mean, we pay an 8.5% administration. I'd like to propose a motion that we charge 20% above the damages, because with that, number one, it'll make people be a little more careful, okay? Number two, we recoup our administrative charge. And number three, those people that we can't get, at least at 10% helps avoid it. Can we do that? Can we give that direction?
That might have to be asked through legal. At the end of the day, I mean, assessing a fee, as long as there's signage, which there is, I would feel more comfortable probably asking legal if we can increase the amount of the damage.
Yeah.
And that might be a viable option to recoup funds at a quicker rate.
Right.
Danny, any information on that? Have you any input?
No, yeah, I think we just have to check with legal to see if we could set a scheduled fee that might have to be adopted by resolution by the council.
Let me ask you, if can we get a collection agency to help us getting the money on the people that doesn't pay?
In some cases, the issue hasn't been the money. The issue is sufficient information. So I've even gotten cases where on the report, both police and an accident, I'll get the company of the insurance and I'll get the name of the individual. I call the insurance company after no contact information is provided for the driver, and then it turns out the driver is not even on that provider, that insurance provider, and then we're at a loss.
Yeah, Jeremy, I think that, I thought we had already brought this up, that a crash report has to be generated. That's not optional. So if the vendor still doesn't have that, it needs to happen immediately. A crash report has to.
The vendor has been providing accident reports. The issue is the amount of information on it, and it varies from guard, and that's what I've had the back and forth.
No, I mean a police report.
Correct. So there have been, like I said, there was 4 accidents that we can't go after because there wasn't sufficient and no police report.
Yeah, that's.
So there are other ones that do have a police report, but the police report is just stating insurance provider State Farm.
Can we tell the vendor, in good faith, that they should look at enumerating those 4 incidences of damages?
So that's what I'm doing with the other provider for one of our other NSDs. There was blatantly no accident report filed. There was blatantly no police report given. In that case, I am looking to go after those fees.
So if I understood you correctly, you said that in some instances there was a police report,
And in the police report,
but there was no insurance information?
all that stated was State Farm.
That's a training and leadership issue from the police department.
And that's something that I'm working now closely with PD on, making sure that these crash reports, especially with the guardhouses, are being filed as accurate as possible.
Yeah, because if the insurance information, now the police officer can bring that up on their laptops right in their cars. The other thing is, with the addition of the cameras, I think that will also, help. So the combination of a police report and the camera video is a slam dunk. I mean, there's nothing.
Correct, and that's why I wanted to make sure I brought it back to you guys this meeting, because going through this process, the first thing we had to do was actually accumulate all the reports, accumulate all the matching reports with all the matching invoices. Once I was able to do that, I was able to start the process of calling. That's where I ran into some of these hurdles, and that's where I believe that the cameras are going to be a close the door on any rebuttal of an accident not going the way it was documented. So from that, I'm just going to go ahead and make a note that I will be referring back to legal on the 20% and seeing if we can increase the amount that we're charging.
Yeah, and just a thought, do you think we could write a letter to the vendor stating that if these requirements are not met, call the police report that we're going to bill them for it?
Well, we can look at, Danny, can we amend post orders to include all of this on their contract?
Absolutely.
So that would be my first guess. My first task. I would go ahead and amend the contract to put it contractually required, and we can list all the information we want. Name, phone number, everything.
And if that's not on there, don't knock yourself out. Just bill them.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah, because that'll be a failure to meet contractual requirements. So I think that might be
that'll motivate them to do it right. Yeah?
a safer avenue as well.
So we're good. So
Great idea, Mr. Gutierrez.
we're
I
gonna
like it.
table Marco's motion until he clarifies with legal and we can take it up.
You want me to do both motions at one or separate?
Yeah, do that.
Okay. Like a motion to check with legal that we can add 20% to the actual damage cost to help recoup our administrative cost and create a cushion. In addition, like to motion to contact the vendor with a specific process of how to report an accident, how to call a police officer, how to get all the information that's required, and if that's not done, they will be billed.
Go ahead and second that motion, Marcos. So everybody in favor?
Aye.
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 Oh.
Aye.
Okay, so motion passes. So, Eddie, okay, good.
638, Eddie? Okay.
So Markham present. So we're looking.
Yeah, sorry for getting here late, but I am here.
Thank you for coming, Eddie. So we're gonna go ahead and move to the last item on the agenda. It's already 6:43, so we got 15 minutes. And the last item, I was talking to Jeremy about it, and I think most of us, we are dedicating our time and investing our time here in this committee that supposed to be 14 members from day one, but we only had 13. And out of those 13, basically, there was probably 11 of us that have always been here. And for what I see on my list here now, we're missing Arlene Soto has never been here, Daniel Paul, never. Inocencio Gonzalez once, Jesus, I think he moved out of Royal Oaks, so we're gonna lose him, he was good. And then the other open seats, so that's gonna leave at least probably five seats if the motion that I wanna propose go ahead and then we can move it forward. That 3 strikes and you're out. So you're allowed to, you can miss 3 meetings. But once you miss the 4th one, then you should be step aside and be replaced with somebody else. So basically the motion will be for the council to go back, and they're gonna have to look at the resolution, right? Because we're still gonna have 14 members, or we wanna cut it down to?
That's what you would have to clarify, one,
So,
and then.
'cause we have 2 options. We can keep the 14 members, or we can bring it down to maybe 10. But I don't know if that's gonna be possible because of the rule that each council had to nominate 2 people. So 7 of them times 2, that makes it 14. There's people out there that they have approached me. I don't know about you guys. I have two guys that they're members of the Royal Oaks HOA, the board of directors, and they're eager to be part of this committee. They want to work. So out of the 5 people that we need to replace, I know that 2 people are willing to come in and be part of this committee. And the biggest issue will be trying to, the people from the West non-HOA, East non-HOA, West and East HOA, that's where the whole issue comes in.
Right.
And that's what we're, if we can't meet it that way, but we can meet, let's say we end up with, out of the 14, 9 guys are from the West, it is what it is. Those are the people that want to serve. That's my point of view. I don't know how you guys feel about it. And I'm bringing this to the table so every one of us can decide which route we're going to go now on this new year that we're starting today.
Omar, if I can.
Yes.
Let me try and clean up a little bit, because your motion is 3 strikes and you will be removed.
That's always been there.
From the committee?
That's been there from day one.
Okay.
The only thing that we have not enforced that because of the pandemic, but again, we were meeting through Zoom, so what was the excuse for a lot of these people not showing up to the meetings? But
Correct.
we didn't want to enforce it, but now we want to move forward and start enforcing the 3-strike rule. 3 strikes and you're out.
Okay.
Okay, so just for clarification, it's the town hasn't moved forward with any removals.
Right.
So what Chairperson Cruz is actually motioning is that the board seeks to actually start to begin to enforce it. So moving from here on out, 3 strikes and you will be, 3 absences and you will be removed. That's the motion. That's what I understand, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
That's part of the motion, and then the second part of the motion will be whether we want to bring the committee down to 10 members or keep it up at 14, and we got to fill up those seats that are empty now.
Let me do it this way. I will second your motion, okay? And then let me add an amendment
Okay.
that will reduce the number on the committee to 10 members after, the town council, reviews it and make
If
sure
they
it's
decide that
legal.
they can go ahead and do it. Because it'll be up to them. They're
It'll
going to
be
have
up
to
to
take
them.
a vote and make sure that it's okay. Because I know, and Jeremy clarified if that's correct, I think the biggest issue was that if we have 10, then the councils are 7, so maybe some of them might have 2 guys, 2 appointees, but then the other ones might have only 1, so.
And that's where
And
the
the law
biggest,
says that they have to have 2, right?
that's the way the resolution is currently written. Now, resolutions can be amended and all that. Now, the equity of council appointments is the real question here. I don't think that it's going to be palatable to have potentially one council member with more votes than another, more appointees than another. So that's the issue we're going to run into. And then the reason for the 14 and the large amount, as we know, is because we wanted to have it even and fair amongst HOA, non-HOA, East, West. So that's where you have this large number of 14. Now, if there's a recommendation, as it's been said, we can push the recommendation forward. I just can't see, if you look at it from being fair and equal to council, one person having more appointees than another in a committee.
I think if you do one step at a time, get a person out that doesn't attend 3 times.
Okay.
And if you're doing the motion from this point forward, we have to wait till they don't attend 3 times.
Well,
You can't go back.
that's already there, so it's
Oh,
up to
okay.
us. We
To
can
enforce it,
enforce
okay.
the 3 strikes and you're out.
So if you enforce that, and now we have less committee members, it's up to the council to say, oh man, I gotta appoint somebody on that, and I guarantee you they're gonna ask, do you know somebody?
And they have to look for that person.
Yeah.
And that's what the drive of the way we have it set up now is. It's just from my understanding and from what I've understood from the past is, in some cases, the fitting of a non-HOA Royal Oak Section 1 is more difficult than maybe the HOA member. So that's what I think Chairperson Cruz was mentioning earlier. So even if we have some of the availability and the seats open, like we've had one and we haven't been able to fill it.
And I don't think we'll be able to fill that seat.
Right.
And that's where I think the question is. But I would agree with Vice Chair that maybe we start with first cleaning up what we currently have, and then.
So
and
then,
take it
then
from
I
there.
guess the motion on the floor today will be to start enforcing the three-strike rule, that if you miss 3 meetings, you're out.
And what I will do, which is this has also been a motion from another advisory board as well. I will give notice to the individuals who we know have missed. They will be put on notice that from here on out, enforcement of all attendance policies will continue.
And you will be sending those
I
notices.
will be sending that out.
So I
Are we
believe
doing
that,
this retroactively or from now? Like, are the people that you mentioned going to be remaining on the committee, or are those people already being removed? And
I
just want
think
to.
there
I thought I understood it retroactively, but I don't hear maybe the same.
All right, I think Eddie has a point, and I think this people has been already a year. And I believe that we should, at this point, part of the motion is to send these people a notice that if they don't show up to the next meeting, then they'll be out of the committee. We'll give them another opportunity.
Another month's notice.
One more time.
Yeah, and then what I would do, Homero, when that happens, and the council wants to fill that committee, you give those names, right?
Yeah, it's up to the council then, and then if they don't find the equality of the non-HOA, HOA, then we can give them names too, and they can decide if they can name those people.
Remember the trouble we had just to get the committee
I
going?
know. So the motion is on the floor. Did everybody understand what we're voting on?
Can you repeat it again?
Okay.
Enforce the rules.
The motion is actually to enforce the rule of the 3 strikes and you're out. If you don't participate and you miss more than 3 meetings, on the 4th one you're gone. And part of the motion is that Jeremy's going to send a notice or a letter to this 4, because the 5th has never been, it's not part of the committee. There's 4 members that they have another opportunity, and if not, they will be voted out of the committee. That's the motion on the floor.
Okay.
Let's vote.
I second.
So Elsa seconds the motion, so let's take a vote. Everybody in favor, aye?
Aye.
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 So motion passes. And I believe that if we don't have anything else to say, it's 6:53.
Excellent.
And our meeting is adjourned.
You have
Or you have something?
Motion.
Yeah, you gotta put a motion to.
Oh, that's right. Motion to adjourn the meeting.
Second.
Second by George. Everybody in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So
Aye.
motion passes. Thank you, everyone, and we'll see you again on our next meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all for attending. Have a great night.
Bye.
Take care. If there's anything I can help any of you guys with or any questions, feel free to email me.
Thank you, Jeremy. Appreciate the hard work.
All right.
Homero, let me remind. I gotta talk to you about that, the Central Council meeting, yeah.
Hello?
Good evening. Is this Hope?
Yes, Hope.
Good evening,
Hello?
Hope. Good to have
Good
you
evening,
here.
Jeremy.
Yes, just checking you in. I'm going to go ahead and rename you now.
Thank you.
Hope, I put you down for public comment. I'm going to go ahead and mute you now just while we wait for the rest of the board members to jump in this call.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, everyone. I'm still waiting on sufficient board members for our quorum. I see 2 more board members jumping in. Good to see you, Harold. Good to see you, Suzanne. Good evening, Vice Mayor Collazo. You're just joining us, but I wanted to go ahead and see if you would be providing public comment today or just listening in on tonight's meeting.
No, I'm just, well, thank you so much for the welcome. I'm just listening in tonight. Thank you.
Thank you and welcome. I'm going to make sure there's no one out here out front of the building, so I will be back in 2 minutes.
Jeremy, I sent you an email that I can't open the document you sent me. I'm looking for the agenda. If you can get that to me, great. Jeremy, this is Helen. I sent you an email. The document, the agenda, the item that you attached, I can't open. It says something about corrupt or something about the code, didn't finish coding. Can you send me the agenda again, please?
Yes. The agenda, or are you referring to the contract?
No, the agenda, tonight's agenda.
Okay, I'll resend it now. And I do apologize. I was letting in. We actually do have one of our committee members here in person, so I had to open up the front door there. With that, let me just go ahead and make sure before I start sending this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I do have 5 members present. So Chair Harold, you can go ahead and commence the meeting.
Who's the 5th member?
The 5th member here is James Curry.
Oh, okay. All right. 7:09 p.m. Meeting is now called to order. We'll have a roll call. Susan Soriano is present. Helen Costa is present. James Curry is present. Boris Forster present, and myself. Makes 5 board members. We have we're going to open it up with the public comments, and we only have one person, I see, Reynolds.
Correct. I do not have any pre-recorded or pre-submitted comments, so we can commence with Ms. Reynolds whenever you are ready. The floor is yours.
Good. 1 second. Helen, you ready to take notes on her public comments? Just wave.
I didn't get the agenda, but go ahead. I'll compare it after.
Okay. We have 5 board members present. Myself, Suzanne, yourself, James Curry, and Boris Forster. So we have quorum. Meeting we started at 7:09. I'm going to open it up now to the public comments from Hope. Hope, the clock is starting when you say hello.
Well, hello. So today's meeting was a bit confusing for us. First, section 1 agenda scheduled this meeting started at 5:30. The town's agenda read 7:00 p.m. So not sure how this happened. It was also not noticed by our HOA board on time to let the community know to participate. So I guess I'm the only one here. But since so many times quorum has not been achieved, when I told people the meeting was tonight, they said, "Hope, why bother calling?" As for the minutes during the last meeting, I did not even say good night because the last words of Helen made me feel guilty for requesting a revised version. She said, "I now have to go and write minutes." So what I want to say is that technology today allows for the system to produce a transcript. I don't know what the cost is, but there is money on the budget for notifications and communications, and that would save time and produce the necessary details to know what happened. Frankly, in the world where video records every meeting, the desire to reduce minutes to bullet points of information or motions, seconded and approvals is no longer viable. It takes time, but what transpires during meetings is there for everyone to witness. So please, this technology produced in the 1990s by Nortel Networks, many of the ideas coming from us. So to have to ask for improved communications in the year 2021 is absolutely troublesome. So the minutes uploaded for this meeting to get approval are excellent. We have a comment though. When Harold presided over Lake Glen Ellen, we achieved great property owner participation and attendance. I'm not sure why it is not happening at Lake Carroll. As for the committee members not being present, the rules are clear, but this board has chosen not to act on the removal of members who miss more than 3 meetings. If they would have been removed, you would always have had quorum. In other groups, if other groups are following all of these rules, why not this group? And now, how are these meetings notified to the community? It says in one of the emails that I received that it is on the website, And besides me, who actually visits Sound of Miami Lakes website on a daily basis? Aside from a few residents who reads the Laker, we ride our bike and we see the newspaper on driveways and sidewalks. When something is uploaded to the town's website, why not send an email to the community saying that it was posted? Otherwise, how would we know? And to post on social media is becoming a waste of time. We have most of us removed ourselves from Facebook, as we shall not participate on something that censors conservative speech. We have never tweeted, we don't Instagram, so why not create groups through LinkedIn, which is more professional, and post there instead? And finally, I hear that the meetings are now posted by the guard gate. I'm not sure where. So how is that happening? And if there is a sign that we can install at the entrance that can be used by the 7 HOAs beyond the guard gate to notify the community of HOA meetings, special tax.
Wrap it
You know,
up.
I mean, that would be important for all of us. So thank you for listening.
Okay.
And then, Chair, I see no other public commenters on the call tonight. But I will once again just recognize we do have Vice Mayor Collazo listening in.
Thank you, Jeremy. No, I have no public comments. Thank you, though, for the recognition.
Now for the old business. First on the agenda is approval of the minutes on March 24th. I'll go one by one. See if anybody has any comments. Suzanne, any comments regarding the minutes?
I see a head shaking of no, but Suzanne, just remember you're muted.
You can unmute.
Sorry.
Any comments?
I don't see anything wrong. I think they're good.
I'll go to my right. Boris?
I don't see anything wrong, Harold. It's fine.
Okay. Ellen, I know you wrote the minutes, so.
Try my best.
Curry, who's in the audience with Jeremy. Do you have any,
He is
comments?
going through them. Do you have any comments, or just make sure, Mr. Curry, when you speak, to turn the mic on?
Okay, thank you.
Any comments, Mr. Curry?
No, none at this time, please.
Okay. Now I'll call for a vote of acceptance for the minutes from March 24th. Do I have a motion? Accept.
A motion to accept the minutes?
Do I have a second?
I second.
Suzanne seconds. Okay, motion made, carried, and passed. All in favor?
All right.
All opposed? Next topic, the lighting project. Who's speaking on that, Jeremy? Is that Danny?
So actually the next thing would be the signage, and then that's one thing I brought back before, and then I'll talk a little bit real quick about it because through the public comment. So we have gotten them to place their names consistently. They've been docked for it and not having it. So they've already been retrained. Some of the guards had to go ahead and make sure that they had new nameplates created for them. And then with that, we will be securing that third nameplate or the namespace to have for our sign. So we're not covering either the 24-hour number or covering the guard's name. So they'll be installing that shortly. And then going back to the public comment, on that guardhouse gate, on where you'll see usually the guard's nameplate and the 24-hour contact, what we're doing is we are putting the week of the meeting, we're placing that there with the meeting notice, the meeting website, and how you can find out more information about the meeting.
Okay, one other sign we're gonna need. Guard in bathroom. When the gate's left open, there's no guard there. There's no sign to say that they're in the bathroom or they're out having coffee someplace. There used to be a sign that was posted right next to the open door on the wall. I think it was clipped on, not permanent. And it tells you, if I drive through the resident gate and I see the gate arm is up and I don't see anybody there, I don't know where they are.
And
If
that's
they're in
the,
the bathroom, that's fine.
and that's the additional purpose of that third. So when they are stepping out, we aren't covering anything, but still providing a notice of where they're at.
Yes, in other words, but it has to be as you drive up, right to the right-hand side of the open door. There was a clip there, there was a handmade, there was a printed sign in plastic, says guard in bathroom. At least we know somebody's in the guardhouse, even if they are in the bathroom. If we can, I know they had one, if they can add it. And all I gotta do is put a clip into the wall, flip it on there when they go to the bathroom, and leave the gate up.
So just for the record, I'm gonna go ahead and review why their bathroom signage is not being used.
Can I say something? Are you finished, Harold?
Yeah, unless Jeremy has another comment on it.
Okay. Are you finished, Jeremy? I'm sorry.
You have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Harold. What Harold is speaking about, I remember they've had it for years, and you know, I didn't know they stopped doing it. I just thought I was there when they were not in the bathroom. It was just a clipboard that said in the bathroom. It was very informal, but it was a clipboard and you could see it, and the gate was up. I don't necessarily know whether a more formal placement of the sign is necessary, because the clipboard was visible and did the job. But regarding the current sign, I've seen the two signs, which is great. You have the name of the guard, and then you have the name of the company with the telephone number. And I've seen that, and that is great, because I know that they have it in other associations at other guard gates. I come through the middle gate usually, and it's a little small. I don't know, Jeremy, do you know if it's the same size that they use at Royal Oaks, or maybe it's just a little brighter font? Because when I ride by there, I see their signs. It almost pops out at you. While this one is so subdued, I had to look at it. I had to pay attention and really look to see what was being written on those signs. But it's there, and I think that's a great move. Although it's for the residents, if they're coming in on the left, they'll almost never see it. The middle gate, but for the visitors, it's very visible. So I think that's very, very good. And I saw the agenda, or I read the it could be the agenda about the meeting being noticed at the guard gate. I went through there and it was noticed. The name of the company was removed, and in its place was the meeting notice. And I do have a comment about that. It was not very. I was looking for it, and I don't think it's really would give folks who are not looking for it a real heads up that the meeting was being held. Is there any way? I don't know what we can utilize. Any way going outside of what's on the guard gate to put up, and I'm just throwing this out. Maybe, I know some homeowners associate have like a sandwich board with something the night of or the day before, just saying special neighborhood service district guard gate meeting. Where it is, I don't know, next to the visitors, how many owners are going to really notice that. That's my comment. I'm happy with the signs. I just I'm just not sure how many people are going to see the sign for the meetings where it is, even if we add a third one.
Thank you,
Good idea,
Boris.
Boris.
And one thing I will bring up, Harold, is that if it is the board's direction and they have you all have an appetite, we can look at trying to use some of the funds within printing and binding or some of the other items And if we do want to purchase A-frames, we can look at purchasing A-frames, whether we purchase one for the visitor and another for in between the two resident lanes. That could be something done. I would agree that the signs are rather small. They are the same size. They're all 8.5 by 11 normal papers that are used at the other guardhouses as well. And as far as the meeting notices, I use the same style and format. But I will note what Boris is mentioning, and I made a note of it here too, is I'm going to request that Kent go ahead and try to make their signage a little bit more reader-friendly, as it is very basic. And that is something that is noticeable between the other providers as well. But if there is any appetite for that, I would be more than happy to go ahead and look at how we can get these A-frames and utilize them to better note when we do have these meetings.
You would probably, you could put one at the middle gate. It would be visible as you come up from either of the lanes, no matter which lane you chose. As long as it's tall enough and the writing is large enough that you can see it. Of course, it would have to be kind of slender, fit on the island. If it was slender and tall, you might be able to get enough information. Put the meeting, the date, and the time, which is all that's needed, and then the town website for agenda.
Harold, I remember years, well, it could be not recently, but on the exit, because everyone passes through the exit, and if it's early enough, then people would see it. And there used to be I've seen signs there, not frequently. I don't know if there are, if there are police in that that no rogue signage is there, but. Do you remember years ago, occasionally there would be signs there at the exit and and where the stop signs?
No, I don't recall.
Okay, that might be me, but but you know, that's also another option. Everyone goes through that single exit, and if it's right there. But I thought a while back. I haven't seen it recently, but I might be confusing this with somewhere else.
No, actually, Lake Cynthia used to put a sign out there to remind members of the meetings. We had a sign we used to put out there. We no longer do that because we're doing Zoom internet meetings, but we did do that for a while. We put it on the exit. But then we changed it to the exit of the community. We figured we didn't need all the associations to know that we were having a meeting. I just have something to say. Does the sign say NSD meeting? Or does it say Neighborhood Services District? Because I think what would be helpful to get people a little bit more involved, and you know, there's a process to everything. It'd be great to have a little summary of exactly what the Neighborhood Services District of Miami Lakes is and what it does. I know you're telling me it's probably on the town website and all that. However, me as the president of Lake Cynthia, I'm very happy to send an email blast describing what it is and, you know, to look out for it when the meetings are, join the town internet site. People don't even know what NSD is, and they don't even know what Neighborhood Services District is. I try to update them lately because I've been attending the meetings, but they're I would say for the most part, meetings are very ill attended. And people don't really know. So if you had a blast that you could give to the presidents or the homeowners association, we could just focus on that one little committee and at least let people know what it's all about. Not everybody knows what it's about. That's all.
Can I second what Suzanne said just now? Jeremy, this month, for this meeting actually, I didn't send out a notice because actually, I didn't want to overdo it, so I didn't want to send a notice, and I don't want to send a notice unless there is some information in the notice. We're going to discuss the budget, or we're going to discuss the lighting. I just don't want to say give the Zoom information without any information as to what's going to be discussed. And what the last meeting, I know I received the agenda. I at the HOA meeting, we briefly discussed it. It was attached to the notice going out, and then separately it was sent out. I think 2 days before the meeting, and really there was quite a bit of a relatively good amount of feedback and comment, and I think attendance by Lake Glen Ellen residents. This time, because of the agenda, I didn't see an agenda. I might have missed it. In fact, I called Hope to say, Hope, that I missed the agenda, and she sent me an agenda. This was last night, and then actually I was about to send it out, and I got confused because the time was wrong on the agenda, so that's why it didn't go out at all. But she sent me the information on a long agenda. It was multiple pages, and what you've done before is a single sheet. And actually, the one that had the 5:30 time is actually what I was looking for, except the time was confusing with what was on the notice, so it never went out. But it's been done before. It was just not done this time. And the results, at least with Lake Glen Ellen, is an increase in turnout and comment about the neighborhood service district. So I'm not taking from what Susan says, maybe an explanation, maybe something more, but what was being done previously in prior months, if that could be at least continued, and maybe what Susan said, maybe something, some additional information to let owners know what exactly this is and how their involvement, how this affects them. So but yes, the agenda, maybe a week before would be, as it was done previously, would really be helpful, at least for me, because I go out and send that out when I get that about a week before the meeting for a heads up, and maybe the night before the meeting as a reminder.
So just for clarification, Boris, yes, we have not, we've usually been better with the publishing of the agendas. This time around, the agenda was posted, except I never received it, so I wasn't able to send it out. And when I was going to just put the entire one out is when we realized that the time was off. That is correct. So all the postings, everything I sent to you, and I sent to put on the website, what I sent to put on the Laker, all that had the correct times. It was just the agenda published with the incorrect date, meeting times. With that, I don't foresee this being a recurring issue. This was something that we were able to see, that I was just not involved in the emailing of the published agenda, the one that Hope was able to find on the website. When it went usually through the email routes, I get it, and as soon as I get it, I break it down to each, like you mentioned, the one pager for each individual NSD, and I send that to you as part of your calendar invite. That's the way it will continue. In addition, we are also looking at, from feedback, is mailers. So mailing out the notices to every homeowner within the districts. And that's something we'll talk about when we get to the budget, and how we're basically building that into the coming year's budget, and how we can look to do it moving out through the rest of the year. But it is noted, and I do apologize for the publishing of the agendas incorrectly and in not a time. I'm working with our chair and with our secretary to make sure we get the minutes as we should, to get you ample time. As we do work with, I am working with some of the volunteers and making sure that we are doing what we need to. There are times where it'll be within less than that 6 to 5 day notice. So I do apologize for that in this instance, but it will not be the norm. We will keep it to where we've been, Boris.
Thank you, Robert Jeremy.
A quick question.
It's been great before, and it was great before, and it's been working. So I look forward to doing it, to seeing that again. Thank you.
A quick question, does the Miami Lakers have any of this information in the paper itself about concerning what the NSD stands for, agendas, or?
The Laker publishes the dates and the meeting times. There we do spell out neighborhood service district and which districts are meeting, but a breakdown of the actual components of each meeting are not listed. It's
Okay.
just more of a notice.
Maybe they'd be interested in explaining what the NSD stands for to people and be able to communicate that way.
I agree.
So that's something that we were aiming to try to tackle with these mailers, so we can mail it to each individual homeowner. And that's, like I said, we'll talk about it now with the budget, but we are planning on doing that. We actually had another committee that recently, on NSD, that actually went ahead and approved that, and we got mailers out for their last meeting. So given that that's the direction, that's what we're looking to put, that's what we want to start moving forward with, and we'll discuss it a little bit in the budget time now.
Next topic. Lighting project.
Yes, lighting project. So I have been in contact with Chuck, our electrician, and pretty much he did get back to me with, after he looked at it and what we were looking and what we wanted, he did provide me with the best option. I'm going to share my screen now so that we can review that. Let me see here. Let me see if I can find it. So after looking at the scope of what the committee and the board wanted, this was the turnout. Can you all see?
Yes.
So this is a LED option of more of the ornamental style. As you can see, it is going to be a hangover, much of what was also requested previous time. And then with that, it'll be mounted at the height specified, the 20-foot height. So all the pole diagrams are listed as well. And this would be the actual housing for the fixture. So it would be that dual ornamental lighting coming off the pole on each side. And it is right now, looking at that foot candle level of 3 to 4 that we were looking at, these option with 2 poles would provide sufficient lighting to meet those levels. So I just wanted to bring that up to you and just, and then the dollar figure we had budgeted, let me make sure I'm speaking not out of turn here. Where are we at? We had budgeted 32.7, the number's coming out closer to 35, but as we'll explain in a little bit in the budget section, we're actually able to recapture that difference there and work within our budget to still make it happen. But do I have any questions or any concerns, comments on the proposed lighting from the vendor after discussing with you all?
You didn't give a diagram of the spread of what it just mentioned.
I do have it. I have it at 4 poles though. That was later revised, but I can bring up the one of 4 poles. Give me 1 second. So this is what he was looking at. We were actually averaging somewhere around 10 foot candles, depending on where the lighting was coming from. So placing it in between the 2 allotments here, placing one right here, and then placing one over here is giving us somewhere between that 3 to 4 foot candle light. So we're not too bright in the neighborhood, but we're providing enough lighting that you're aware you're making it to the guardhouse. And it is illuminating the guardhouse sufficiently.
So the total cost for the installation is how much now?
Poles, the lighting fixture complete for both of them is at 35 approximate right now.
35,000.
Correct.
Jeremy, I just want clarification, because I see 4 in the diagram, and I know you said that this is not exactly. Is it how many poles are we will be installed?
2 poles. 2 poles.
Oh, okay. I just wanted.
Yeah.
Okay.
The
you
vendor
said it
was,
wasn't the same in the diagram, but I just wanted to make sure.
The vendor wasn't able to have this drafted again at the two poles.
Okay, 2 poles. Okay, great.
We're looking at the purple circle.
And no other questions? Any comments on the fixture? I know we already have, once it comes time for installation, we know at what light we're gonna burn at. I know we went over that at the last meeting, so the vendor's aware. Any questions on any of the pole mounting, any of that?
Is this, I do have a question.
The floor is yours.
Is this the type, is this the style that everybody voted on? I don't think I was, I don't know. Did everybody vote on this style of fixture? In other words, that kind of lamppost look? Was that an agreement?
That was, in general, I think we agreed on the shepherd's hook arm, not necessarily that fixture.
Yeah.
But we did agree to have the shepherd's hook both sides. So you like both sides of the drive.
I understand. I understood that. I just didn't.
That particular, call it the head where the lights are. I don't believe we did. It was one of the suggestions that came up. Correct, Jeremy?
Correct. So this is basically off the discussion we had last time where we wanted to keep that ornamental look, but then when we started getting into the specs of what light levels we wanted, what color we wanted to burn at, this is one of the products that is recommended by the vendor to meet the requirements that we were wanting, the specs that we wanted.
Okay.
This is Helen.
I know.
I think what we're struggling with is when you say, oh, what options we have, and then just put one option in front of us. I'm not sure how much of an option that is. However, if it's the insinuation is this is the one you guys have to get to be able to do this within the budget, I understand. I guess the next question would be is, I remember, Jeremy, you repeated a few things as far as what we had agreed to as far as the height and all that, so I'm not going to review that, but I remember we did discuss about the style, but we also discussed about what kind of pole. There was all sorts of different, I don't know, the gentleman, I forgot his name right now,
Chuck.
The electrical specialist, he started to he spewed out, oh, you can have this kind of pole, that kind of pole, a bunch of poles. So I'm not sure in what you're presenting to us as this is an option. So it's that style, and is it only in that one color or 2 colors? What kind of pole are we having? I understand what you're showing us. I'm not sure what else we're supposed to do with it. I don't consider it reviewing options. I look at it as this is one option. That's it.
So originally I had brought, I believe, 8 options, but then they were way off topic. So then that's where we brought the electrician directly in here to get an understanding of what you guys wanted as far as the style, and then what you guys wanted as far as the specs. He presented this. I can verify if this is the only viable option, but he took everything that was mentioned there word for word. We even had a conversation after to make sure that my notes matched some of his intentions of what he was looking after. And this is the style that matches what we want, that gets us the light levels.
Go back to just the light fixture. I think, okay, as far as the pole goes, as far as the look of the pole, the height of the pole, shepherd's hook being 52 inches across, I think that is good. As far as the actual light fixture that we're looking at? Is that what you have, want to see more choices on, Helen?
No, actually, I'm okay with this one. What I'm saying is
Oh, okay.
what I'm saying is it's funny as these are your options, you know, this is the option, which is basically not really an option. I'm only getting one to choose from, but I'm fine with it. If it meets all of our specs as to the specifics that we talked about, the candles, the lumen, the color of the light, et cetera, and it'll be double rounded, you know, I'm fine, you know?
Okay. So we'll take a vote on it. I'll go down. Suzanne, how do you vote for this lighting fixture?
I don't like it. No.
Okay. Helen? Yes or no on the fixture?
I would be in favor, yes.
Okay. Boris?
Yes.
James Curry?
Looks fine.
That's 4 out of 5 yeses. That is a carry. I don't even have to break a tie. Okay, so we're accepting this. Okay, all in favor of having Jeremy sign a contract for this? Can we make a motion that this is the pole we're going with?
So for my purposes, Harold, I would say you motioned to approve the style of the lamp.
Yeah.
Nobody seconded you, but I will second you.
Well, I was asking you guys as chair, somebody make a motion to accept everything that we just saw as far as the lighting goes. So if you want to make the motion, Helen, go ahead, and we'll have somebody else.
Well, the question I have here is, are we accepting just the actual style of the lamp? Or are we talking about the pole? What kind of pole?
The same pole that you see. It's the one that fits the character of the thing. Go back to the pole, Jeremy.
Okay, I'm confused.
That's a basic pole that's anchored into the ground.
No, but it's basic pole. There's a bunch of different, you know, is it aluminum? Is it steel? Is it?
You want to know the material?
Tapered aluminum.
Yeah, and what would it look like on
aluminum.
the outside? Is it a silver pole? Is it that dark bronze color that you were looking at the actually head post? Like what color is the pole?
Okay, you have a dark bronze, black, a white, gray, and a green. Of course, they're not great colors here. But
Yeah, the pole color can be chosen. Those are the options that you have here.
they're all powder coated. They're all aluminum. It's aluminum alloy too. And it's tapered, so it's larger at the bottom than it is at the top.
And I want to voice to just say I believe, and I don't know how well the color is transmitting over the screen, but this DBZ is probably closer to that darker brown color than the rest.
Dark bronze?
That DBZ, yeah.
Yeah. The dark
And
bronze.
so would the pole match the top? No, you're talking about-
Everything is one color.
Okay.
From the bottom all the way to the top, it's one color.
Okay.
It would
So
be that. It would be
so
that
the
same.
guardhouse. So the guardhouse has some, what do they call them, spotlights?
Yeah.
That I know that the committee in the past had discussed changing them out and putting newer ones in, but more importantly, also making them LED for I think we do the brightness as well as I think it saves money on the bulbs. However, in my head is we're going to do that is we need to pick, this is bronze and everything else has to be bronze. And if the other one's it's not going to be black, we got to be all black. So, you know, am I okay with this style? Am I okay with that pole, understanding it, the color matches that's great. But what color are we talking about? If not, I think we're going to vote on something then later. Our recommendation won't include a color. It might show up with a color that the whole committee's like, oh, that's not what I intended.
Well, we haven't voted on color. Right now, it's just the style of the pole. Go back to the color after we approve the pole. If you want to do it all at once, what do you prefer? For a bronze color?
I think if we just kind of, if we informally discuss it now, I think the motion could be more direct and the
Okay.
vote would be clearer.
Well, you have a dark bronze, you have a black, you have a white pole, a gray pole, and a green pole. Most of the ones around town are dark bronze.
Yes,
It's almost black.
yeah.
And that's probably the closest color to a lot of those light fixtures we have around the guardhouse.
Correct. It's similar to the street poles we have down the block.
Okay, so I'll motion to approve the style
Correct.
with the color dark bronze,
Okay.
and
20-foot height.
the specs were decided last week. I don't recall them, but I'll tell you as far as the style, I'll motion to approve the style with the color bronze, making sure the pole and the lamps, obviously the colors match. That's my motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Boris seconds it. All in favor? Say aye.
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 All opposed? Motion made, carried, and passed. Jeremy, you can go ahead and order the 2 poles, the style that is shown there in the DBZ dark bronze.
Can I clarify, was there any nays?
Do we have any names?
I'm a little confused because you're voting on the pole, you're voting on the color, and you're voting on the fixtures.
Correct.
Am I correct?
And the insulation.
Okay, so I understood the color, I understood the pole, which has all the specifications that we need and all the right things.
Right.
My only opposition, and I just wanted to make it clear, was for the actual fixture. That's it. The actual fixture, where the light comes out of, that's what I'm opposed to. Okay, I needed to be straight for my own mind.
Okay. Ellen, recorded as such.
Okay.
All right, you can take those down, Jeremy, and come back to your picture. Good. All right. Next topic is item D, status of line striping of the guardhouse. That's yours, Jeremy.
That is very easy. So this project was actually expedited. Our public works team was able to work with the contractor and get us on a schedule ahead of what we anticipated. So line striping has already taken place. I have had some residents note it to me. So we were able to swap out some of the reflectors along the medians. Obviously restripe all of the exterior bounds of the lanes, all the interior stop bars, and basically any line that was associated with the guardhouse. So even the yellow cross hatches after and before the guardhouse were taken care of, as well as the exit side as well. So I'm glad to see it. It was a noticeable difference. Unfortunately, we did have a commercial truck go in about 30 minutes after they had done it, and it kind of dirtied it up. But after the rain over the weekend, actually it cleared back up and some of those marks were gone. So it's good to see a little bit of a facelift there on the stop lines and the actual boundaries of the lanes. Any other comments or questions with that? I don't know if anyone else has noticed it or any issues.
Jeremy, this is Boris. I noticed it. How much did that cost? I was surprised how much was done.
3,700.
A total of 3,700.
Oh, okay, 37. Yeah, I was surprised how much was done, but no, I saw it, a big improvement. Thank you. That's I just want to know how much was spent.
Okay. Next item is the landscaping project. Of course, that's on hold until after the lighting gets done. So we'll go down to new business. Preliminary budget review.
Can I go back to the lighting?
Oh, okay.
So I want to make, I want to present that we had also discussed that before the light poles were actually, no, it was actually before the landscaping was actually done, that we wanted to see some sort of, and I know Jeremy, they kind of joked around with you that maybe you would do it, to actually physically see where the light post would be placed in combination to the landscaping we had already approved. The reason why I say that is I know it's already been approved, so I'm just gonna caution that I don't wanna drive in one day and be freaked out that the light poles and is going right where that big tree's supposed to go, and now back to the drawing table. So other than that, I know it's on hold for us to process this, but we just move forward on a positive vote to accept that style.
Certainly, Helen, what I'll do is I'll go ahead and make sure on my first site visit with the vendor, we'll take pictures. He'll mark off his intended locations, and then I'll go ahead and develop a little bit of a rendering based off the pole style that we selected, and then the approved landscaping that we had also already selected. And I'll try to get something that resembles what we're looking to do so that the board has a visual that you guys can all see, as well as pass on to any other resident within the neighborhood service district.
Okay. You're up, Jeremy, on the budget.
Thank you, Harold. With that, we're actually looking to start our budget, our preliminary budget talks a little earlier this year, and trying to get anything hashed out so that we have more of a forum, not just in one meeting, and we're not just meeting to pass a budget in one go, but we're actually taking a little time to look at the budget one time, mull it over. Whatever we change here, we'll change, and then before the next meeting, we'll actually send out the budget as well as it stands after tonight for you all to review, as well as send it out to residents before the next meeting, where we would look to adopt it and we would look to actually ratify the proposed budget. So with that, I am going to go ahead and hand it over to Melissa Hernandez, our budget officer for the town, and we're actually going to go ahead and one by one go through the line items for the proposed 2020 for the 21-22 fiscal year. Melissa, the floor is yours. You're still muted, Mel. I don't know if it's because of your phone. I know you called in as well. There you go. Now I can hear you. Oh, wait, no.
Don't you have control, Jeremy? Where you can unmute her?
No, it's not her. She's calling on the phone. I heard you for a second, Mel, but now you're muted again.
I see her picture.
Yeah. Her audio on her computer is not great, so she's actually that 305-364 number.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, the town number.
No, you're still muted, Mel.
I figured it out.
There we go.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
All right.
Yes.
So good evening,
Yes, we can.
everyone. Awesome. All right. Good evening, everyone. I'm going to share my screen. Give me one moment. Can you see an Excel spreadsheet?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes? Okay.
Yes.
Do you want me to make it bigger, or is it fine for you all?
It's good.
I'll make it a little. That's good? You can see clearly? All right.
I think it's good, yes.
Perfect. So currently, Miami Lakes Section 1 has 841 units, and your current assessment rate is $208.37. Now, from those $208 that is sent to the county and is done through your tax bill, the town will receive approximately $175,000. Of that $175,000, we reduce about 5% of it in case of people who pay early and they receive a discount or delayed payments or any other thing that are causing in order to receive that adjustment. So we also have then $1,000 in transponders, which is also $1,000 below, as we'll get to in the expense side. So it's kind of a wash. Now, this column is what is being proposed for next fiscal year. The proposed carry forward balance is $34,000. Now, this amount may change based on how you end the current year. It may go up a little bit, it may go up a lot. Usually it stays within about $5,000, $7,000. Moving on from our revenue section, we are going to enter now into our expense side. Currently, what you all spend in security guard costs is $137,000. Overhead costs, administrative overhead costs is about $20,000. It went down a little bit compared to prior year, and it has gone down significantly compared to when we were under the umbrella of the county. Moving into our operating costs, we have the janitorial services of $1,600 for the year. We also had spraying of the guardhouses due to COVID. That service will end now at the end of April, and we do not have any funds budgeted for it in the next year. Telephone is at $288. Freight and postage, we're budgeting $2,145 for about 5 mailouts at 51 cents to each household. Electricity, $1,500. Water and sewer, $500. Insurance, this is a new line item to your budget, and I forgot to mention that your freight and postage is also a new line item to the budget. The insurance will cover any damage to your guardhouse, so that would be the cost of $540. Repair and maintenance, $5,000. Extermination services, $200. Repair and maintenance of grounds, $6,000. Gate equipment and repairs, $3,000. $100 in ink, paper, and envelopes, printing and binding. General advertisement is $350 based on the fact if you guys have about 5 meetings a year. If you decide to have more than 5 meetings a year, this amount would go up, which means you would be over budget. And the same would apply in your freight and postage, because this is also based on 5 meetings. Transponders, as I mentioned in the revenue section, it's kind of a wash. We do not have anything budgeted for any infrastructure projects in this coming budget cycle. And due to a resolution passed by our council, you have to maintain a 10% minimum in reserve. Now, taking all of these things into consideration in your budget, what you will be left with as a surplus is about $3,799. You as a board can decide whether you want to maybe leave that in the infrastructure line item to save it for maybe an upcoming project you may have in mind, or maybe leave it there because, as I mentioned earlier, your year-end carry forward or your projected carry forward may be a little bit more or it may be a little bit less depending on how your actuals end up turning out. The other option that you may do with this surplus is you may decide to have an assessment reduction, and what that would turn out to be is about $4 to each resident. Does anyone have any questions for me?
We go back up a little bit.
Yes, sir.
Let's go start with the insurance.
Okay.
Okay, property damage insurance covering construction. If a car hits the guard gate and they have insurance, they would pay for the damage, correct?
Correct. I'll step in, Mel. So this insurance is for anything outside of accidental is fine, but the biggest thing is these guardhouses, and this goes for all districts, were never insured for any hurricanes, any natural disasters. In this case, we were able to actually secure an insurance policy for our guardhouses.
Okay, so that's like wind insurance, etc.
Correct.
Let's go down to the damaging of the guard, the arms. We have signs posted. We have $575. We have signs posted there that is the responsibility of the person who hits it. Replace that arm, correct?
Correct. So the reason this is still here is going to be, while we've gone through the process and we've settled 3 accidents where the drivers went ahead and paid for the damages, we're still working out we have been working out some of the issues with some of the logging of these accidents. In some cases, we're fronting the money and we're still going back in claims. I have about I think between all districts, 15 claims still pending. So that means we're still on the hook for we had to pay for the damages. Now we are in the process of going and reconciling those accidents. In some cases, what we're finding out and what we've had to work through is, and actually presented at a previous meeting today, is the training of the way accident reporting is being handled has become a little bit of an issue. In some cases, vendors have not reported sufficient where we had enough information to go after some of the drivers. Right now, we have about 4 cases that we do not have sufficient information. That's across all districts, security districts.
Ours is 0, though.
Say it again?
Our district is 0.
Correct. And then the other issue is I have incidents going back for months. And my fear is if this were to be reduced and then we enter a negative, we would not have the funds to keep up the guard gates.
Okay.
So, but we do have the policy in place. We are enforcing. We are using accidents both reported from the vendor and when they are successfully contacting police, and we're getting police crash reports as well. That's where we're securing it. In the beginning, there was issues with securing sufficient reporting, and we've actually changed some of the policies. And what we're looking after the last meeting we just had is actually amending contracts to establish a set reporting set of information that must be acquired during an accident or an incident.
Good. That was my next question.
And with that, the motion that was previously passed and what we're going to look to do, period, is by putting in the contract, if there is any fault by the vendor in not securing the information, they would be on the hook for the damages.
Sounds good. I like that.
Any other questions for me?
So we could have a larger surplus depending on that other figure of carryover, right?
I'm sorry,
The
I didn't hear.
3799 surplus shown could increase if the carryover budget from this current year is greater. That goes up to 39,000. We'd have an additional 4,000 and change to add to the 33 down at the bottom, correct? 37 at the bottom.
Harold, I'm sorry, but I cannot hear you very clearly.
Okay.
Forgive me.
No, that's okay. You have a tentative carryover of $34,000.
A projected carry forward, yes.
Right. Okay.
So of that carry forward, that helps balance your budget, your current budget.
Correct.
Now,
That
after
goes
taking,
up 39,000. Then
Yes.
all the way down at the bottom, 3,700 would increase, correct?
I cannot hear the last bit of what you say. I'm so sorry.
If we have a larger carryover,
Yes, your surplus would increase. I
larger-
believe that's what your question is.
Yes, okay.
And then for clarity purposes, as she mentioned, there are those line items that weren't there previously. So like the freight and postage, this is almost like a reclass of something we had previously, where we are looking to actually put together mail-outs for meetings. As you notice there, we're looking at sending out something directly to every resident within the district. These mail-outs are going to inform them of upcoming meetings and inform them of upcoming budget meetings as well. So this is going to act as that issue that we seem to be having with not getting enough notice to residents, and we're planning for that. We're planning to get these mailers to every resident, and I believe I have it kind of hidden, but we have it at 5 meetings a year when we really only at a minimum we have to meet quarterly. So. That's planning for 5. So if we do have more meetings, just understand that we will then have to find the money elsewhere to support more meetings.
This is Helen. We're not voting on a budget today, right? We're just reviewing this.
Correct. We are making sure that we are not doing this last minute run, but that we are actually taking time to digest it, and then it'll come back to you at the next monthly meeting.
Okay, and as a committee, are we, would we vote on all these budget item lines, for example, the postage line?
Yeah, I mean, we're here to dissect it, and actually, Melissa's here, so if we have any changes that are motioned and approved by the board, we'll make the amendments now so that when this goes out, and we do a mailer and we send it to the committees and we send it to part of the next agenda, that updated proposed budget, it's still proposed budget at that point, will be what we're going to decide at a later time.
Okay, well.
Yeah,
if I can stay there on that line. So I know many people that don't even go to the mail. I know other people who go to the mail every day, maybe even a couple times a day. So I think that the effort there, or I guess the intent is to get it out. And I'm going to say is, what would it cost, or is it possible to, in addition to doing it old school USPS mail, is to do some sort of, I'm going to call it social media blasting, I guess. I'm going to go back to what Suzanne said, kind of some other way of electronic disbursement of the information.
So, I mean, at this point, we post all of our meetings on our website. We post it on those who are subscribed to our email blasts. But at the end of the day, if it goes to any other electrical format, I mean, you're going to have the same issue. We don't have every single residence or a large bank of emails. So that's what the intent of this. We already have some of the digitally placed that we have it on the Laker as well, so it's in print. All the meetings are, if our meeting is given ample notice, they're going on 2 Laker editions per month. This is really that attack of trying to make sure we get every single resident.
No, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Suzanne.
Being that we have so many changes in the meetings, sometimes time changes, sometimes day changes, last minute changes. We have to stop and think how realistic mailings are really going to be. I don't know. We'll have to think about that.
And just for reference, we were able to do this with our Lakes neighborhood service districts, as they were the first ones to voice it in their first meeting, and then actually approve it and have it established for their meeting that's coming on later tonight. So they had mailers go out. And typically in the past, actually, I guess one of the bright sides of COVID is we've learned to plan our meetings, our committee meetings and our advisory board meetings well in advance, using this day of the month, the 4th Wednesday of the month. So we've gotten pretty good at the planning of it. I do hear that sometimes there are changes, or sometimes even on the flip side, I'll get notice the day of a meeting that we won't have quorum, and I will be canceling it as soon as we open the meeting up. Those are unforeseen events that we can attain to, but definitely keeping in mind that if we do go with this mailer, yes, there will be a policy and a protocol that we have to make sure that we are giving ample notice and that's the date we're meeting on.
Jeremy, what some associations do, in the initial mailer, if there can be something that would allow the recipient to then say, I will forego the mail, and here's my email address, and I give the town I will authorize the town to receive these instead by email. One, you have somebody who is receiving the mail and wants to receive the email rather than by U.S. mail, and that could be, it would help some things that Susanna was addressing if there are changes, and and what Helen said also, that might alleviate. It's not going to be all, but if there is an option in maybe in the first 1 or 2 mailings, or in most of the mailings, like you can always opt out of getting this by U.S. mail if you want, and get it by give that, send the town your mailing address, I'm sorry, your email address, and authorize us, and by doing that, you authorize us to send you the information by email.
So that's what we're doing with the lakes as well. So part of our mailers will always be at the bottom. I leave a little footer stating, if you want information, any information, and to be kept in the loop, please feel free to register with, and you'll have my email, and then I am actually keeping a log of all the residents that subscribe so that I can also send whatever we send mailer, I'll be sending digitally as well.
So how much is it per mailing?
51 cents.
Every time there's one notice, how much is that?
51 cents per resident, per
Yeah.
household.
Can someone do the
Oh,
math?
the total is
Yes, I'll give you, give me one.
It's 400 and change.
428.91.
So the idea of, oh, I'm gonna mail this out, we're gonna spend 400 and something dollars. We're gonna mail out to everybody, that way they know about this meeting and they can show up to the meeting. So when half the people won't even go, I'm just gonna guess, half the people won't go. The
And
intent, how do we get the people, the message across? You know, the town has a website. If you really want to know, you're going to find out. My idea of spending some money instead of in mail outs and doing some sort of social media blasts, it's not necessarily that we need everybody's email to blast it out to people's emails, but, you know, some sort of ad, you know, town of an NSD, which you could actually take advantage of. In other words, spend some money campaigning in social media, informing people, things that we were talking about today. Let people know, what does NSD stand for? What is the goal? When do we meet? You know, third Thursday of every month, stuff like that. I have a feeling that spending that kind of money in those efforts might even reach more people than people going to the mailbox. I struggle with spending that much money on a mail out when people are just throwing mail away or don't even pick it up.
We could do this, the sandwich board that Boris mentioned before at the guardhouse. And they're not that expensive. You get two, one coming in and one going out. As long as you chain it to a pole so nobody steals it. And then everybody will see it coming and going. If it's up 3 days or 5 days before the meeting. You like the idea of putting an article in the Laker about the NSD, saying the neighborhood service district, you know, section 1, and define where it is, what the 7 HOAs it covers, and what exactly it does, and put that in the Laker. People read it.
Yeah, the Laker can get expensive, and what I'm concerned about is, you know, there is a high possibility that there's not quorum. And so then you send out $400 some, then, oh, now the new meeting, now you send another 400. In my head, it's just a waste of our dollars. When everybody that's here knows that our municipality is the town of Miami Lakes. And if you want to get involved, our town has paper signs, and they have like the website that gives the information. You know, I mean, ideally, all of us that lived here would dedicate some time and energy to our community and have a voice in our community, but it's not the case. It's I'm going to say a very select few that are actually currently involved. And I don't think it's because it's very hard to get the information. I just think that they don't want to get the information. So I struggle with spending this much money on mail outs. However, I understand the more something's in your face, the more you're like, oh. So whether is it like you said, is it that sign that gets put out the week of? But spending this much money on mail outs over and over, whether it could be possibility where there's 2 or 3 meetings that we don't have quorum, we just spent how much money, how many thousands of dollars? I struggle with that.
This is Esperanza Reynolds. May I ask a question?
Oh, is that you?
Yes, may I ask a question?
Go ahead.
I thought the mail out was intended to inform, communicate, and make people aware of the special taxing district and what it does, what it has achieved, etc. That it had nothing to do with attending meetings.
I understood the agenda item was about a postage line on the budget. so that we can mail out notices of the meeting every time we have a meeting. If I misunderstood what that line item was for, please correct me, but I was pretty sure that's what I understood.
That is correct. The intent of this was after some comments given prior in some of our discussions, in order to make sure that there is sufficient information being passed to residents, that even meeting notices would be given. We have, as always, posted on our website, posted in the Laker, sent the meeting notices to you all, and in this district's case, the idea is that you would disseminate that information then through your HOA. We are posting at the guardhouse, and those are all the means that have been. With that, we were still receiving the comments and concerns that we are not reaching every household, every resident. So the idea here was to put the money in postage and freight to get those mailouts. Now, by all means, we're here to discuss if we want to reduce that to look at 2 mailouts a year. Any ideas on how we can move that money, and we can also look at maybe, like Helen mentioned, look at that campaign for pushing out neighborhood service districts information, or look at then spending some of that money on A-frames or any other signage. That's what we're looking for here in this first budget reading.
The A-frames are your notification of meetings. If you put 2 out there, and they're out there for a minimum of 5 days, everybody coming and going through that guard gate will see the notification of the meeting.
So I think, so let me, okay, understanding we're looking about a budget item that maybe some of it's used and maybe none of it's used, or a portion of it's used. So I guess what I'm concerned about is, we came up with this number, and I know we haven't voted on it. It hasn't even been, a motion hasn't been heard. But, hey, we're going to spend this money, and we estimate it's going to be 5 times a year, because we're going to send out notices to our monthly meeting, whatever meeting, the 5 meetings we have, which necessarily is not 5. Like I said, no quorum, there's going to be a renotice. So that amount of money actually spent on stamps and postage can climb up. When I think that the effort is, for example, there's some sort of hybrid. Maybe there's a mail out to everybody that kind of explains all this stuff, what we're all about and what we're going to do. And this mail out is, every time before a meeting, you're going to see the A-frame out there for some sort of information, maybe a combination with the campaign. But I find it hard. I'm not opposing a budget item for postage. I'm opposing, I guess, the thought that we're actually kind of going down the road of, we're going to send out mailers at the cost of $400 and something every time we have a notice meeting. That's the part that I'm not with.
Not considering 1 mail out, possibly 2 per year. One of them is the description of what the NSD is. What we do, who are the members, not necessarily by name, because that could change, but a representative from each of the 7 HOAs, what area it encompasses, and what the purpose of it is, and contact, you can find the date of the meeting, the agenda at the town's website 1 week before. It's always posted. They can have all the information on how to get notification.
Yeah, Harold, but we're not, the motion here is not how we're going to do it. It's, I guess, the budget item. And I guess if I had the ability to say, hey, can the town, AKA Melissa, can you find out what the A-frame cost would be? Because that's like a one-time cost. And hey, what would it cost to do some sort of social media campaign, so that the next time we see some sort of proposal, it includes those numbers, and at that point we can weigh out, how much we want a line item to postage versus, or whether it's just, I guess I don't want to call it marketing, but getting the communication across. It's not just one medium that we can use to get it across. So I kind of like, if I could ask, that would be the direction or questions I would ask to propose what it would be to do a campaign, et cetera, not just mail outs.
I need to jump in really quickly.
The last A-frame I bought was just under $100.
Harold, I need to step in just to advise you. We have about 8 minutes left, just so we're aware. There is another meeting after this. We can continue
We have another. All right, let's go on to the next. going to discuss the
Well,
budget.
I just want to say one thing, because I'm all in favor of giving as much information. So I don't want to leave the impression that everyone's against it, but maybe not every single one. Maybe for, especially at the budget meetings, things that are critical to the owners. But I am all in favor, but let's go on since there's a limited time.
Right. Okay, let's go to the next time. And we're going to discuss this again next time. Let's go to the last item, Kent Security Contract.
This was an item presented by Helen. So Helen, if you want some, just to provide some information on the item.
Yeah, so actually, I wanted to discuss the services that we're providing by them, and I want to give a little bit of history because not all of the current board members, I think, were present at all the meetings, which I'm probably going to refer to, so to kind of have a base. So when they started talking about the guard gate and the security and this whole committee started, I remember personally I was unknowingly, upset about what we were getting for what we were paying for. And I think that we took over contracts and now this was our opportunity to review it. I remember we went to several meetings and they explained to us the different level of guards, guard 1, guard 2, stuff like that. And then they gave several companies, right? Oh, we have this company and this company, this company. And I was one of the members that voted on the motion to go with Kent. And the reason why was because when we reviewed all the different providers, the one that I recall personally that kept being referred to was the one from Loch Lomond. And people saying, oh, kind of like they wanted to mimic that guard, the way they do their signing in and that kind of stuff. And they had Kent, and I think they had like a guard level 2 where we went with a guard level 1. So I was in hope of, oh, new contract, new company, new faces, ambitious, we're gonna get it. And so, listen, if I had not been a part of this committee, I probably would have drove in and out of this and just kept in my, complaining the whole time that they weren't doing their job. Having the honor, I guess, to serve in this part, right? In this capacity, in this committee, obviously I've learned some more. And so I feel, and so I took it upon myself since the last meeting, every time I saw something the little bit that I'm fully aware of, that I know they're obligated to do that's not getting done, I emailed Jeremy. He must have been like, what's Helen doing? And I made it a mission. And every time I drove by, I would, if you guys might have, I would pull aside, like right at the next, right where the townhouses of, I think it's Carroll start. No, I would pull over and I pull out my phone and I, Jeremy just passed by. So, and I did that so it wouldn't be like, oh, I meant I passed by. Oh, was it half an hour ago? No, it was like literally not even 2 minutes ago. And it was nobody being there, or the gate left open and visibly in front of me, 2-3 cars passed by. The guard is outside, very friendly, waving at everybody. Very, very friendly gentleman. He wasn't writing jack on any of the papers. And I'm like, we didn't hire somebody to be our greeter. Then other times we pass by and the sign of the person wasn't up. So in my head is, I know what, I work really hard at my job. And if I don't do something right, everybody calls me on it. Everybody. I can't get away with anything. And in my head is, we are here sitting in a seat representing 800 and some other units beyond that guard gate. And you know what? If they're not doing their job, then maybe they don't belong there. And so I asked Jeremy if I could get a copy of the contract. What I didn't expect was to get, a PDF of like 140 some pages. I appreciate it. I just didn't physically have the time to look at it. But I promised the committee that I will look at it. Just as an individual, I'm going to read it and see what did they agree to do? What did we comply? What did we hire them to do? And at the point is, there's got to be a point where, hey, listen, 3 strikes you're out. Is it 3 strikes you're out? But it's kind of hard when our HOA meetings are ill attended. And besides that, the few people in the neighborhood that, you chit chat and talk with, and hope was, oh, there was going to be a major difference in the presence of the security. And I feel like we didn't make much headway. So that's why I brought the line item up, but I can't speak more about it because I really haven't had the time to kind of go through it. But I don't know if the rest of the committee feels anyway slightly even close to what I'm talking about. But if not, we can actually carry it on to the next meeting and maybe have a little bit more discussion on it.
I text Jeremy all the time. Every time I see something, he gets a text from me. I see the next board is coming on.
Yeah, and before we jump into that, Harold, just 1 second. To Helen's comments, the guard on the incident, and with her providing adequate time information, that actually helped me, and we were able to quantify the individual and quantify that they actually missed the tag, because I can go ahead and look at a timestamp. I was able to secure the tag that should have been written down, which was not, and the guard was actually removed from the next day of service. So they are being reprimanded, and they will be docked as well as part of the contract. That'll be under the post orders, Helen, failure for a minor incident. So they'll be docked for that that occasion.
I would still like to carry it on to the next meeting to talk about it. And the reason why I say that, Jeremy, and I appreciate all that you do, you know, like they're reprimanded and that they're docked, that's great. But I think it's going to come to the time where, hey, wait a minute. It shouldn't be that every time I'm driving home, I am praying to plead. I got to be the principal of the school, right? Oh, let me look who's not doing something. And if it weren't people like Harold or myself or whoever else is doing it, then, you know, like I said, they would get away with doing whatever they want. I'm okay with helping police, you know, the employee, I guess, the vendor do their job. It's just disappointing that so freshly into the relationship, we're having to do that. And it's elementary stuff. It's elementary stuff.
It's 8:29. Do I have a motion to adjourn so the next HOA, next district can go on with theirs?
I motion to adjourn.
Do I have
Second.
Worse. Okay. Thank you, everybody. It's 8:30. We'll leave you at this meeting, and Jeremy, you'll be there for the next one, I guess. Good night, all.
Everyone take care.
Bye.
Great seeing you guys.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.
Jeremy,
Yes.
I'm going to stay on for this one as well.
Okay. Thank you for the notice, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, no problem. And I have no public comments.
Perfect. Thank you. Those on for the Lake District's Neighborhood Service District meeting, we will commence in about 2 minutes. I'm going to go ahead and allow time really quick for the previous members to exit, and we're going to clean up the space here. So in 2 minutes, we will start this meeting.
Is anybody there?
This is Luis Palazzo. I'm on the meeting, but I'm just holding.
Okay. So we're late to start, I guess?
No, they're cleaning the council chambers. They just exited the last meeting, so I think they're sanitizing the council chambers, getting it ready for the next group if there's anybody that's going to be there in person. So Jeremy just said hold off 2 minutes and he'll be back on the line.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, you're welcome.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, for that. But yes, so our janitorial just finished cleaning up all the areas that were used. So, and I am seeing 1, 2, 3, 4. We definitely have our quorum. We have actually every member here. So with that, welcome everyone. I'm going to pass it on over to Ruben, so you can go ahead and commence this meeting.
Hey, good evening, everyone. Today I'm at work, so I'm at the mercy of the citizens. So if I need to run, I haven't talked to Jeremy or see how this works out, but if I need to go for anything, I will let you guys know before. But I guess let's call the meeting to order. Let's see with a roll call. Madam Secretary?
Yes, Rudy Laredo.
Present.
Rubens.
Present.
Christian Garcia. Sam Budlong.
Present.
Patrice.
Yes.
Patrice, sorry to interrupt. I just want to let you know that Chris is already logging in. They're still waiting to let him in.
Oh, okay. Okay. And Angelo De La Fuente.
Angelo, you are muted.
Christian Garcia, present.
Okay. And Gisela Soberon.
Present.
Okay, I think that's everybody.
Okay, thank you. I guess we'll jump into order of business. Anything deferral, additions, deletions that we see on? Nothing? All right. I guess we'll move on to public comments.
This is Vice Mayor Luis Collazo. I did tell Jeremy I didn't have any public comments, but I did want to make one particular comment, and it's in particular to Lake Hilda. I've been walking by that lake almost on a daily basis, and I've seen a noticeable improvement, not just in the quality of the maintenance of the lake, but the biodiversity of the fish. I'm an avid fisherman. I fish all the lakes in Miami Lakes whenever I get a chance, or whenever somebody invites me over, and I've seen a considerable improvement in that lake. So I just wanted to give kudos to you guys and letting you guys know that the work is not going unnoticed.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Appreciate that. Yeah, we talked about that last meeting, that we have seen the clarity improve, and it does. We have seen some, but like we also said, it's during the colder months, and hopefully we can hang on with all that clarity and prettiness through the summer.
I appreciate the work you guys are doing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Excuse me, if you don't mind, Louis, do you have a valid Florida fishing license?
Yes, sir, I do. I have freshwater, saltwater, and a snook permit just in case, because we have snook over here on Lake Ruth, so
good.
I'm licensed.
I asked because my son was cited by Fish and Wildlife when he was about 6 years old for not having a license and fishing with a fishing pole that was about 3 feet long. So that was my difficult lesson in learning about how you need a license if you're going to have a fishing pole that isn't made of bamboo.
I think now the age may have been moved up. That's criminal. I mean, on the sense of tagging children that young.
Yeah.
We do have a fishing tournament coming up, and I know that during that time, the town. I'm sorry, there's an airplane going overhead of my house, but there is a town-wide fishing tournament that we host for Father's Day. And we do go over the regs. I think it's 16-year-olds and above that need to be licensed. But I'll check the regs again. Okay. But sorry that happened to you. That would turn any kid away from fishing.
Yeah, no worries. I also asked because I know that there, at least at Lake Patricia, it's an attractive beach area where people, and I don't know if they're residents or not, they come to fish with fishing poles, rods, and reels. that should be licensed. I don't know if they are. I don't know if we have anybody to police that, but it's just an observation.
Hey, Mr. Butler, now you bring that up, it's funny you mentioned that because we have had a lot of more traffic lately with the fishing on Lake Patricia. And like I said, I don't know if they're residents or not, but and we have a few instances where I had to call the authorities because they were actually catching the fish and keeping them, which is unheard of. But that's what's been going on, and I've noticed the last few weeks.
I don't think we allow fishing from the parks. I don't know. I'd have to ask Danny Angel, our parks director, for that. But I know we discussed it, Ruben, when I was at your house in particular. We tried to mitigate that with some parking, some modifications there to the swell areas. So
no, that has helped. I don't know where they're parking now, but the fishing has picked up, and I don't mind the fishing if it's residents. And I think there is a no fishing sign though in the park rules. But I mean, are we going to call the police every time someone's out there fishing with their kid or whatnot? But lately we've been seeing adults that, you can tell are not part of the residents of the lakes, and they actually catch fish and keep it and take them home to eat them, I guess. I don't even know what they're doing with them.
Typically,
I'm glad you brought it up.
They're trying to populate lakes closer to their house usually. So usually taking large peacock bass is what you'll see.
Mm-hmm.
it's a good point, Jeremy. Some people take them to other lakes to repopulate the lakes. I've never eaten any fish from these waters myself.
Ruben, that's a big issue with Lake Hilda over by the school. There's always adults not from this town, I'm sure, fishing, and they'll fish right next to the sign that says no fishing. So, you know, it's the only thing we could do is put up signs that say no fishing in the parks, period. But that cuts out a lot of little kids that, you know, their parents would take them there. So, you know, hate being the fish police, but what happens.
I think with that, I don't see any other public comments. I'm trying to see here. 305-206. Are you here for public comment or just listening in? I'm going to go ahead and place you at, oh, there we go.
We're here.
Good evening. Are you here for public comment or just to listen in?
Just to listen in.
Thank you. And then
I
Alex.
I recognize your voice.
Hi, Sam.
Hi, Susan. How are you?
Good.
You sound the same. Nice to hear your voice.
You do too. You too.
And then I also have
Hi,
Alex.
Ruben.
Alex,
Hi, how are you?
sorry to interrupt. Alex, iPhone 12. Can you please unmute yourself and explain if you're here for public comment or just to listen in?
Good evening, everyone. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So I'm a resident of Lake Patricia, and I'm here for both one public comment and to listen in. I work for the fire department, and our department does test Lake Patricia. I believe it's quarterly for dive drills, see the quality of the water, and I know that it is public record. We just got a memo that it did not pass the water quality for swimming this last quarter, and I'm wondering if you guys were aware of that. And I believe the last time we looked into this, it had to do with the amount of ducks and the fecal matter that was up.
I've never been aware of your testing. You guys have used the Lake Patricia for diving training for decades. And I've never been aware of you guys testing, but that's great that you do, and it's very good input of what you found.
Yeah, so as I might be a little mistaken here because I'm not part of the dive bureau, but I am a diver, and we do get these reports that come out probably quarterly, and it's probably a dozen to 20 lakes throughout Dade County that they want us doing the training in. And so what's been happening is I I guess it's the Department of Health, or I'm not sure exactly who is in charge of it. They go around and they put out a report. It was a lot more detailed in the past. This last one we got just said Lake Patricia failed, which is pretty uncommon over the last 2 years for this lake to fail. So I was kind of wondering if anyone had any insight on that, and how could we get that? Obviously, it's public record, so we can see exactly what's going on. I know the last time I did check into it, about a year ago, it was the E. coli, and we are seeing definitely, a substantial amount of ducks in the lake.
And geese.
Alex, can you clarify? Are you from the county, and are you from the agency that is doing the testing? Because I would have to get in contact with you to secure some of these. I have never been informed. The county has never reached out to the town as far as informing on lake quality assessments. So I would definitely need to go ahead and catch up on any information you can provide. But once again, are you from the county directly?
Yes, I am. I work for Dade County, and it is our dive bureau does do testing. I can ask. I know the guy who's in charge of the bureau, and I can get further information and get back to you guys. But definitely the last assessment I saw was less than 2 weeks ago, and obviously I always look at where I reside, and it said failed.
And what's the name of the unit, just so I can continue to take down these notes, because I am going to follow up on this.
Yeah, it's the Dive Rescue Bureau, Miami-Dade County. But I think it goes through, if I'm not mistaken, it goes through the Dade County. Who would be in charge of testing water? Would that be the water management or the health department? I'm not sure exactly who. Rudy, are you listening in?
Probably come under Road and Bridges. Road and Bridges would probably be the one.
I'm listening in, guys. Good evening to everyone. I do apologize for the background noise. I'm at my son's baseball game, so I apologize. I try to move as far as possible. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. So just to a little, Jeremy, just to elaborate a little bit on what Alex is saying, they've been doing it, like Sam mentioned also, they've been diving there for a long time. These reports actually have, come out throughout the years. And we've known, we've seen the results, and we know that sometimes they don't come out and they don't pass those tests. But the point to this, and I think, and I'm glad, Alex, you came in and you brought this information to us. We need to look in, because there's a few items that I want to bring up to everyone that we should be doing, right? Our companies does these kind of testing, okay? So my thing is, why do we have to hear from a resident that somebody else had it? Or somebody else conducted this testing? Why are we not conducting this testing within our company, within our contract, so that way we know, and then these results are provided to us. So the one thing we do have to find out, Jeremy, is what exactly is it that they're testing. Tell them to get out of there, please. I'm sorry. What it is that they're testing for, how are these testing taking place? So that way we're doing them, and that we can keep track of it, because now the summer comes along. And if we swimming in these waters, like we typically do, and they're not okay for these firefighters, then they're not okay for us. That's my 2 cents on that. So if you want, Jeremy, I'll put you in connection with Alex. Okay, I have his information, so maybe he can provide a little more to you, and that way the town can proceed with that.
And Rudy, Lake Hilda, we had it tested, but we had to pay. The guy, the test they run is completely different. It's for algae growth and not lake quality, water quality. We had to pay separately.
And you know what? And we're okay with that, because I'm okay in paying again. And that Lake Patricia, I'm gonna go on in a what do you call this? In a lip here, that Lake Patricia has never had an issue with nickel and diming and making sure that we get the service that we want, so the lake can be where it needs to be. So I'm going to propose that we do add, if it's a cost that we have to pay, that we add that extra cost. Because why would we not want to test for this and know if these waters are okay to swim on them or not?
My recollection from my past is that it was not cheap, and cost was a factor.
I think we paid $175, I think it was, something like that, or $165 last time.
That's 170. I I don't know, Sam. I don't know exactly. I don't have numbers in front of me. I don't know what not cheap may be. I think 175 is it's not a whole lot of money for somebody to tell me that it's okay to swim in the lakes or not. But this can be up for discussion when we're discussing the budget. I think right now we're still in public comments, but I kind of just wanted to give a little history on Alex's comments and how did it go about these tests and him sharing with us.
If you guys want, I could chime in what Alex Acosta was saying. You guys can hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, just bear with me. I'm here at my son's game with Rudy. I'm also a diver. I'm actually an advanced diver for the Miami-Dade Fire Rescue. I don't know if Alex is advanced like I am, but a lot of the public records, it's done through the Water Management District. And then we get briefings every 3 months, give or take, with water quality. And what he's saying does confirm that it is not swimmable. What deems it swimmable, our levels might be, or our requirements might be higher than standard, what maybe the town is requiring for what's considered a swimmable lake. So
That's
it's
a good
very
point.
possible. And then the other thing that I wanted to mention was I was busy pitching, but that the other day we had some adults with a big old John boat in Lake Hilda, and they weren't from the lake. They parked over by the beach. They threw their big John boat in their cooler. I mean, these guys were ready to go. I ended up calling the authorities, the non-emergency number. I let them know a description of the vehicle, tag and everything, and they never came out. So it's gotta work both ways though. I gotta see an effort from the town police, because here I am making an effort policing Lake Hilda, but the police gotta come out and do their job. And they never came out because I sat there and I watched. And the guys fished for like another 4 hours all day long behind the lake, and the cops never came out. So I'll give you the effort, but I gotta receive it on the other end too. That's all I gotta say.
Jeremy, this is Gisela. A couple of years ago, I think it was maybe 2018, the town of Miami Lakes posted a report online, and it was prepared by FIU, and it was a very comprehensive report, and it measured everything you can think of, including bacteria, clarity, you name it, everything was in there. And it covered all the lakes. So everything was in one place. I wish we could repeat that. I don't know who paid for it. Maybe we can work out something with either Dade County Fire Department. We know now that they're doing it, or with FIU. But the one that I read from FIU was excellent.
Correct.
I'm sorry, Jeremy, let me just chime in. I know we don't want to extend public comments too long, but the only issue with the FIU report is that for the purposes of us knowing the quality of the water throughout, let's just call it the hot months, which is the ones that we get in it, that's not going to, really serve our purpose. That's just my 2 cents on that.
And then my comment is clear. Yeah, that was a study done by a student at the time. That's one. But the other aspect is, as far as these notices, this is the first time I've noticed, we do have biannual bacteria monitoring. So what we're going to do is, given this information now, we'll go ahead and and provide that report and have them go and test bacteria levels earlier than we anticipated. So rather than waiting until we were getting to that June month, I will actually get on the horn tomorrow and request that they come out. Part of their contract, they do have to do 2 services a year of bacteria monitoring. So that'll be taken care of as soon as possible.
So that's good. So that means if it's included, we don't have to pay extra. We just got to tell them what they got to test for, correct?
Correct.
Jeremy, could you kind of put that side by side with the report that the fire department has, that so you can see if we're comparing apples to apples?
And that's what I'm looking at. But our bacteria is just going to be for fecal coliform test levels.
Right.
So
Okay.
I will compare that and just see if that same reading comes out on the county, and just make sure that both readings are pretty similar.
Now, one more thing is that the county, it's not every lake in Miami Lakes. It's those that are what they call, the county dive bureau calls a approved dive site. And I know in Miami Lakes, it's only Lake Patricia at the moment, just because of the accessibility at the public beach, and they park the trucks there, and that's been going on for years. So it's a service that gets provided, as part of our safety process. it's obviously training dives, and it's the environment in which we dive in when there is an emergency. But it's definitely public records, and I was like, why not tap into that? And the last time that it failed, and I do recall when it was more available to us to see. I think it was the E. coli, and the report stated TM something, and it meant too many to count. So it was way outside.
Alex, if you don't mind me asking, do you guys do that drill yearly?
So no, that drill is called battalion drill. So in order to be proficient, you have to do 12 dives a year. So that drill is up to the units in that area. For example, it'll be the 2 stations in Miami Lakes. They'll usually come and they'll dive, the lake that the department tests. And that would be very similar, diving environment if there was an emergency in any of the lakes in Miami Lakes. So I know they do. This lake is the one that for sure for years I keep seeing in the report.
Yeah, I just wanted to know, if it's been something that's happened already numerous times, or if there's something that it was the first time that it happens on Lake Patricia.
No, twice since we've been getting the reports and I've been looking. This is the second time. It was pretty alarming too to me because it's, as someone stated earlier, it's very early in the summer months. We're not, and as the heat continues to come, obviously these bacteria levels, and again, I'm not sure how many residents for Lake Patricia we have online right now, but I can definitely tell you that from my house, there's definitely an increase in geese and in the Muscovy ducks, which both are non-native animals and do contribute to these bacterial levels being high.
If I could add a tangential matter to this, I had always heard that the Hialeah Police Department came here to use the lake for diving, and that they would every few years bring sand to the beach. And that's one of the things that kept our beach so nice, is fresh sand. I don't know who brings it, Jeremy. You may know if someone else is bringing it, but or if that's correct, that Hialeah was bringing it in the past. But kudos to the fire department again for helping out in that respect. So if they're doing the water testing and bringing sand to the beach, the fire department is okay by me.
Yeah, that's I know definitely I'm not sure about the sand if the Bureau is doing that, but I know the water testing is what it's made public for us.
Okay. Perhaps, Jeremy, if you wouldn't mind, if you don't know the answer to that question, if you could endeavor to find out.
Yeah, I don't have that information. I'm not privy to any other entities coming on over. I can look into it. I don't know if Danny, in your time prior, if you're aware of any of that. I don't think there he is.
Good evening, everybody. Just to clarify, are you talking about filling the lake with sand or the beach sand at the park?
The beach at the park.
No, that's part of our ground maintenance contract. That's something that the town does annually.
Okay. Good.
Okay, and then
I'm sorry, Jimmy. Go ahead.
No, just one question before we start rounding out this. The public comment is, I have a question just to all the board members and any other residents. Have any of you ever been notified by the county with some of these testing results or anything like that?
No.
No.
Okay.
No, Jeremy. The county would never notify any other residents with this kind of testing because it's only strictly for the purpose, for the use purpose that Alex just explained. So we're never, ever going to see these results. Gotcha. They're internal, even though they're public records. Only a certain amount of individuals have access to those. So no, we'll never be able to see those, and we'll never see them before.
Got you. Understood. Just for my clarification, because I'm going to continue digging in on this.
Jeremy, since you asked the question, last time that there was a lake that failed in Miami Lakes, again, when they were testing the lake quality, there was a 2-part test. There was one where they would do soil test to see what the kind of readings were in the soil, and then there was an actual water test to see what the test was in the water. And what they would do is they would take multiple spots in certain areas to cross-validate, because if you happen to have picked up a spot next to a place, I'm going to give you a soil test, next to a place where a duck had recently pooped, it's going to give you an abnormal reading. But if it was throughout the entire water column or throughout multiple areas, then it was pretty valid. I think it had happened once before, and I believe it was Lake Sandra and had come up in that FIU study, either the initial study or the follow-up study to the FIU. That's the only time I had ever heard of a lake passing or failing. And then to that issue of pass fail, and somebody mentioned it earlier, I don't know if it was Ruben or somebody else, it depends what benchmark you're using for water quality, because I think in the FIU study, they talked about different benchmarks, safe for somebody to swim, but it's different than safe for recreational purposes like boating and fishing. So there's different benchmarks that you can use, but I guess you can cross-reference or validate whatever benchmarks the Miami-Dade Fire Rescue is using versus whatever benchmarks our people are using, and try to get the most valid data that way.
Yeah, and that's going to be my game plan moving forward. So I appreciate that.
Jeremy, one last thing on this matter. I don't know what benchmark they're using, but I will tell you one thing. If it's not safe for them to swim on it, it is not safe for anyone to swim in on it.
Yeah, Rudy's right. I mean, our standards are set a little higher, but I mean, it's not that we don't want our kids going in there like they always do or any of that. But going back to the sand real quick, I know this is a little off topic of what we're talking about, but I have noticed, and I don't know if Hilda is going the same thing, but I have noticed on our beach, and I spoke to Rudy about it the other day, I noticed on the water line, like right before getting into the water, the sand is starting to go away, and we're actually having grass growth. I don't know like how often they add sand, if that's something that, or how the dumping of sand. Since I've been there, I've never seen a truck dump it, but not to say that I haven't been there and seen it, but we are starting to get grass growth on the lake shoreline, on Lake Patricia.
Some of what gets sprayed during the water treatment is designed to kill shoreline grass. You'll see it on property lines when grass turns yellow and brown and then dies away. That may be how they treat the grass at the beach on the water line. But certainly if you don't put sand there for a number of years, things are going to start to grow.
This is a healthy green grass.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll review that beach line area just to make sure that it was sprayed, and I'll go through with the tech to make sure it was taken care of. And if it wasn't, we'll make sure we attack that the next time we're out there. But that just seems like Sam is saying, it just might be a shoreline grass that wasn't maybe sprayed as effective as the other outlining areas.
Okay, thank you, Jeremy.
Well, you know what? I think we ought to come up with a game plan to get rid of the Muscovy ducks and all the ducks that are in the lakes, because
it's
going to be a continuing problem.
Angel,
we need to address it and allot some money to pay somebody to remove them. There's people that do that.
I got that coming for you, Angel. That's on my to-do list right here for this meeting.
Well, if nobody else has anything to say, I guess we can move on.
Wait, hold on. On the duck thing, why don't we make like a big duck cook-off? Like, Lake Patricia versus Lake Hilda. We compare the recipes and
feed the homeless.
We'll go way off.
No cooking of the ducks.
Are you the one that makes the iguana stew?
That's right. Exotics. That's it. We do it. We're doing it for the environment. We do a big duck cook-off. Rudy said he wanted to hear his house. He's here next to me, so I said we get this done.
All right. So without that, let's go ahead and go into the approval of minutes for the last meeting.
Just one last comment on the ducks and the iguanas. Both non-native. You can go to fwc.com and they're gonna say you're not allowed. It is illegal to relocate a duck, but it is legal for a trapper or for a citizen to humanely euthanize them. Now, I don't want to be the guy doing that, but they're definitely not non-native, and it's illegal to A, feed them, and B, to relocate them. So just so that we're aware of that.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So I said, let's try and move on and get to the approval of the minutes for last meeting. Did everybody get a chance to review them? Anybody got any concerns, issues? No? Okay,
And make the motion to approve the minutes.
I second. Any motion to approve the minutes?
Yes.
Aye.
Hey, thank you. All right.
I'm sorry. Did we just approve the minutes? I think I missed it. Is that what you did?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Or take your base.
No, what I wanted. No, it's fine. Go for it. Go ahead. I apologize.
All right. Old business. I guess everybody got the flyer. Any comments, concerns on that?
And just before we touch on that, I just wanted to preface this with this was an item that was sent out where we wanted to give notice about our meetings. We also wanted to give notice about a few other items. So we were able to get the flyer out that talks about a lot of our lake concerns and a lot of things that we can do as residents living lakeside to better our lakes, and what we can do internally as far as the wildlife, what we can do internally about the maintenance of our grasslands along the shoreline. But it was also meant to have the meeting notices for whatever our upcoming meeting was had. And I just want to apologize that wasn't sent out in the original mailer, and that was something that I fell short to do, and I just wanted to make sure that was evident. With that, what we were able to do was, thankfully to Rudy, who is giving the sign to Steel Third now.
Rudy who?
Thankfully, Board Advisor Uredo was able to help me. We printed these notices, and they were actually handed out to all the Lake Patricia residents as he volunteered to do so for his lake. But moving forward, when we do these mailers, we will be doing them with the anticipation of having the upcoming meetings notice there as well, so that we can get more participation. I see we do have a few residents on the line today with us. So the idea is to always have those in our mailers and make sure that we're constantly informing our residents of when we're next meeting. So if there is any other residential input, it's being taken care of.
Jeremy, although I haven't gotten a Miami Laker in a while, do you include notifications in the Laker of these?
Yes, so we include it on the town's website. We include it on the Laker. We include it on our public meeting notices here at Town Hall. We include it in any of our email blasts for upcoming meetings. I think that's just about all of it.
Rudy, don't do it by yourself, man. Call me up. I'll help you out.
Listen, man, that was last night at 12:32 in the morning. I thought somebody was gonna call the police on me with one of those what do you call this? What do you call those ring? The ring doorbells.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I have great video. I can share with all of you.
No, you don't, Alex. Thank you very much, sir. Yeah, because unfortunately, Jeremy dropped it off Friday.
Well, I was gonna say, if you're dropping off on a John boat, no one will come call. The cops won't come.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
So really, and I just wanted to confirm that everyone did receive the flyers and then received later on the notice for the meeting, correct?
Yes. I think it was a job very well done.
Yes.
And then with that, the concept is with that, I might even generalize that information and push it out to all town residents, just so all lake goers have an understanding of what they can do better to maintain their lakes. But that one was designed as directed by you all, the board. So hopefully we have a little bit of a turn in individuals understanding better the wildlife and how it interferes with the actual quality of our lakes and what they can do to better help maintain the conditions of our lake.
Education is always a plus.
Okay, so I guess if no one else has any comments on that flyer and everybody's happy with it, I was very happy with it. Let's move on to new business, what everybody's been waiting for. Obviously, I guess we already spoke on the report on the lake condition. I mean, I don't know if anybody wants to touch base on that again, or if now we can move on to the budget, preliminary budget workshop.
I'm sorry, excuse me for interrupting. This is Eddie Blanco. I want to have a comment regarding the flyer. I thought the flyer was great. It provided good information. what was missing for me as a resident is when this meeting was going to take place. If it wasn't for Rudy, and knowing that he's a resource on our lake, I would not have known. So I had to reach out to him and say, hey, when is it? He sent me the date and then the Zoom link. I'm a pretty involved resident, so it would be nice to have that in the letter saying, hey, the meetings are this dates. That would just be an extra add-on that I think would be nice to have.
Yeah, Eddie, Jeremy just mentioned that a second ago. It was a little oversight, but it's going to be going on the next one. Is that correct, Jeremy?
That is correct. Good to hear from you, Mr. Blanco. But yes, moving forward, the intent is instead of having those two separate documents sent to you, that flyer that was mailed, and then the overnight delivery by Rudy Enterprises, it's going to be in one mailer. So you'll be receiving that at one time with ample notice for the upcoming meeting.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
I think we're good on that. If the chair is ready, I can go ahead and we do have our budget officer on hand, and we can dive into this budget.
Yes, Jeremy, go for it.
Awesome. So just to introduce everyone, we have Melissa Hernandez here, the town's budget officer. She will be actually taking us through the proposed budget. The anticipation this year is we are actually ahead of schedule as far as the discussions of our budget. We wanted to present a proposed budget in this workshop atmosphere to talk about it, make adjustments we see fit, and then bring it back with these adjustments and send it back out to the residents so they're aware at the next meeting, hey, this is the proposed budget, and this is the meeting date. You might want to come because this is where we're going to make a decision that might affect your tax rate on your tax roll. So with that, I will turn it over to Melissa. Melissa, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Jeremy. Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Great. I'm going to share my screen. Give me 1 second. Can everyone see my screen? Oh, no. Yes. Do you guys see Lake Patricia? You see an Excel?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. So currently, we have our year-end projection and our proposed budget for the year. Currently, Lake Patricia has 72 units or residents, and the assessment rate at the current moment is $231.46. Of those $231.46, the total amount that your neighborhood service district receives is an estimated $16,781. Now, of that $16,000, we reduce about 5% of it in case that people pay their assessment rate early, or there's a delayed payment, or they get a discount, whatever the case may be. So we reduce about 5% based on those things. Now, the projected carry forward for Lake Patricia is $9,307. Now, that amount may change based on how you end the current fiscal year. It may be a little bit more, it may be a little bit less, but we won't know what the exact number is until we actually close the year and we have actual numbers. Remember that this is just the budget is a projection and to kind of keep parameters of where you guys are at with your finances there. So,
question, Melissa?
Yes, ma'am.
Question. The fiscal year, when does it start?
It begins October 1st.
Thank you.
So we are starting our budget process because there are things that we have to get to the county that needs to go on your tax bill. For example, deciding on whether your assessment rate would stay the same, the county would need to have that by a certain date in order to have that as part of your tax bill. So we're starting the process as early as possible to make sure that we get everything we need to them and give you all ample time to be able to make a decision moving forward. Now, is there any other questions so far about the revenue part of your budget? I see none, so I'm going to move along. We're going to move now to our expense section.
Wait. Sorry. I try. I'm taking notes on the phone, and and going back and
No
forth.
worries.
I apologize.
No worries.
So I have an estimated 9K carryover. Of course, we still have what, 2-3 months left, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
We
and
have-
that $9,000 that you're estimating to have carryover, that's if we don't have any abnormal expenses. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So it's safe to say that if everything continues as normal, we will have that money at the end of this term.
I mean, it won't exactly be 9,307.
No, I know. I'm not quoting you, right? But it's going to be around that ballpark.
It should be around that. If anything, it may be off by $1,000, $2,000, if anything.
Got it. Is there
Okay.
any limitation as to how much money we can carry over?
What do you mean?
Meaning there may be some cap, meaning like, hey, listen, you cannot have, I don't know,
No.
more than
No.
So there is no limitations, right? We can have $50,000 and carry over the next year and continue on funding, and increasing that balance.
Yes,
Got it.
but that is a
Okay.
decision of the board.
No, I understand
And-
that. I just
and
want to.
ultimately, it is a decision of the board and then ultimately of our council.
Okay. But ultimately, we can continue on kind of just putting there like a little reserves or savings account.
Yes,
Got it. Okay. That's all my questions for now. Thank you so much.
no problem. So I'm going to move along now into our expense section of the budget, and we have an administrative overhead cost that is up 8.5% of your operating budget, which is $1,193. We have freight and postage that is $187 at 51 cents per mail out, assuming that you have 5 meetings within the next fiscal year. If you have more than 5 meetings, obviously this amount will go up and you will be over budget. If you have less meetings, which I believe the requirement is 4 meetings a year, then you will be you'll have a surplus. The water treatment service is $13,400. We have printing and binding of $100, and we have general advertisement of $350.
I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Could you give some examples of what might be administrative overhead expenses?
For example, finance processing the bills for your water treatment service, staff sending out postage, the mail outs to all of you, stuffing the envelopes, us in this meeting right now, staff being here in this meeting at the current moment, presenting the budget to you, Jeremy presenting the different items that you have up for discussion.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. Any other questions as I continue?
Yes. So listen, pretty much everything and anything that you guys do, if you move a foot to the left, okay, and I just want to make sure I'm detailing that. If you move a foot to the right, if you click on escape, okay, that is a charge to this committee. Of course, as long as the work is related to this board, correct?
It is a flat rate. It's based on a percentage. It's 8.5% of your operating budget. If we were to get if we were to get into the nitty gritty of that and saying like I'm gonna charge what I did today in all the meetings, or Jeremy and all the hours that he spends, I can assure you it'll probably be much more than the $1,193 that your district is being charged.
Yeah, and that's what I want to make sure. So this is not attorney billing, correct?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you had said.
I said, so this is not attorney billing, meaning that the moment you speak with you get on the phone with the attorney or the attorney is doing anything for you, that clock is charged.
No.
Got it. And the reason why I said this is very important, right? Because I've said this in many meetings, people are skeptical about government because of this, this issue. And that's, and I'm glad that Sam, led into those questions. And I want to make sure that if anybody comes to me and says, oh, this is the reason, look, administrative cause, I could have done that, from the back of my house. No, you could have not. And those charges are valid and they need to be there. So that's what I want to make sure I get that clear. Thank you so much.
And no problem. And if just to use the example of the attorney, if we have contracts, for example, our water treatment contract, our attorney does review the water treatment contract, but that is also part of the overhead expense. So, I mean, he's not charging hourly as it would be maybe in other scenarios or other situations, or procurement, going out to bid, having the 3 quotes from the different companies. That's also, it's not just Jeremy, myself, or Daniel. Like it really is the entire team of Miami Lakes that works for all of our districts. It's just
Makes
a lot
sense.
of them are not in the forefront as the 3 of us are at the moment.
No, makes sense. Makes sense. I just want to make sure I'm clear. So when I have one of those owners that start questioning, why are we paying this, right? Then I have an answer for them. Thank you.
Awesome.
I just had a quick question. Is the 8.5% kind of a standard percentage you all use in various entities and meetings, or is it just?
So typically what our percentage is really is about 11%. But in the prior years, after discussion with many residents and just discussion here internal, we decided to not put such a financial burden on the district to have it at 8.5. But typically it is more than 8.5%.
Remember, when we left the county, it was because we were paying them 28 or 32%.
Correct.
Thank you.
For everything that our town does, I believe you guys are getting a good price, I guess, if I have to say it in a way. Anyhow, any other questions regarding that? I see none, so I'm going to continue to move along. I think I left off on general advertisements at $350. So based on a resolution that our town council passed, you have to have a minimum of 10% in reserves. Now, what the minimum of 10% from the overall budget for Lake Patricia is $1,523. So the difference of that is placed here in your reserve. This budget is presented to you so you can have a discussion on how you would want to utilize those remaining funds if you want to decide to reduce the assessment rate within the district. Or if you, I know that there has been talk in previous meetings about having an aeration system to the lake. Now that I know that is a hefty, has a hefty price tag. And Rudy mentioned about being able to carry over funds and kind of setting some money aside for whatever projects you guys may have intended. But ultimately the decision is yours as a board. I just need direction on how you want those funds to go.
A question.
Yes.
You use the words, we have to have 10% minimum. By what authority is that?
That is from your town council. It is resolution 2016-54.
Okay, thank you.
No problem, sir. Any other questions?
Yes, Melissa, with regards to the mailing, I have brought that up.
Okay. Hello? Did we lose him?
Oh, I'm here. Sorry, I muted myself again. I don't know where I got lost, but last year, with regards to mailing and posting and notices, all that to residents, last year around this time, I brought up the same situation, and of course, it was too late. I want to make sure that we have, in addition to the normal coverage for again, my recommendation, of course, for the 4 meetings, minimum that we have to have. I want to make sure that we have extra. If we can add on there, why? Let's say something comes up. We want to do another meeting. We want to have extra money. Now, I understand that we have the $9,000, okay? But I would recommend that we put at least one more additional meeting in that budget. So let's say that you have $300 and each meeting is going to cost $150. Then I would add another meeting at least minimum. What does everyone think about that?
And then just for the record.
Why don't we do it as needed and take it out of the reserves?
I'm trying to build the reserves here, Angel, and I'll get to that. That's the part, that's the reason why I don't want to touch that money, because I know we're going to need it down the line. And I don't want to have to deal with that money. But again, that's just my 2 cents. Everybody can provide their feedback, and if you guys want to take it from the reserves, if we can do that, for all means. But typically reserves are not made for that kind of items, right? These are regular operating expenses, and if we're going to keep our $9,000, that's the little reserves, that's the little savings, I would rather that be just saving for big item tickets, not just an extra mailing if we needed to provide it. Now, my question, Melissa, this budget, it doesn't have to be, we're doing two budgets, right? We're doing Lake Hilda and we're doing Lake Patricia. So
That is correct.
Okay, so if Angel wanted to grab it from his money on reserves or in savings, he can do that for his lake. For us, if we wanted to have the option to put it on their mailing, we can do that as well, correct?
Okay, so if you wanted to add a meeting to the freight and postage, so instead of having it at 5 meetings, at 6 meetings, I would be taking it from the reserve.
If we didn't budget accordingly. If we added additional funding on that line item, then we didn't have to take it from the savings.
Yes.
Got it. But we can make our own decision as Lake Patricia. We don't, if like I said, if Lake Hilda says, hey, look, we're not thinking, we don't need it, it's only 150 for a mailing, we'll take it from whatever monies we have saved in our bank account, then, because we don't have commingled accounts, correct? Correct me if I'm wrong?
No, Lake Patricia is a separate entity and Lake Hilda is a separate entity. There's nothing commingled with the two of those.
So what is this 9,000? So what is this $9,000 you talked about that I'm lost? I thought that was like is that a together monies, or how does that $9,000 break down between Lake Hilda and Lake Patricia?
Are you talking about the 9,307 carry forward? Is that what you're talking about, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So what happens? We're in this current year. We do a projection of how we expect to end the year. Now, it's a projection. We don't have final numbers. We don't have actual numbers until probably December, even though our fiscal year ends September 30th. We have voices that still come in. So once the year is done and closed out, we will have an actual number that is really the carry forward. Right now, this 9,300 is what we are projecting will be a surplus or a carry forward in the current year. So since
for who? I'm sorry, for Lake Hilda or for Lake Patricia?
Right now, we are only discussing Lake Patricia. We have not gotten to
got it. Got it. You see that? Okay, there we go. Okay, now we're I think we're on the same page now. Got it. Okay, so we're discussing Lake Hilda. So that means that even though Angel, right, I appreciate your feedback, but in this case, it will be something for Lake Patricia, not necessarily Lake Hilda.
No, Rudy, I think she is only, right now, we're only talking about Lake Patricia, nothing on Hilda yet. There's all these numbers are hard.
Right. All correct.
Got it. But that's what.
The only thing would be is for the committee to kick it from 4 to 5 meetings a year, and that's it. And we just up the amount. That's not a big deal.
That's what I'm
trying to put in our bylaws. It'll be 5 meetings or 6 meetings a year.
No, but it's not the meeting, Angel. What I want to do is not necessarily the meeting, right? Let's just say that we want to, whatever, send out a notice, send a little, hey, update, right? We don't do that right now. We're only budgeting, okay, for meetings. But if we wanted to send at least a biannual report or an annual report, which I'm going to strongly, as one of the items that I want to propose, these owners need to know what's going on, right? They cannot just be, oh, here's a meeting notice, show up to the meeting, and then you have no idea what goes on through the whole year. We get the pictures. Jeremy does a fantastic job in keeping us posted. But what happened to the rest of the residents? That's what I want to make sure that we add extra money. If there's a report that we're getting, these owners should get that report as well. And that costs us money because we don't have everybody right now on emails. So we have to mail these things out. So if we're going to do maybe a yearly reporting to send out to everybody, then it's an extra mailing, right? Which I think pretty much it costs us almost the same because it's just not a meeting that's being held. So there's no cost behind that portion of the mailing.
It would also depend on how big the report is, because the report may cost more than 51 cents. So,
and that's what I wanted to clarify.
So what I'm trying to say is I'm proposing to add more money to that line item. And the reason is because I want to keep, right, all the residents informed, would either be an annual report or a two times a year report. And basically the same thing that we get, same pictures, a little recap, saying, hey, dear residents, we just want to let you know what's been happening in your lake for the past 6 months. This is the condition. We just had it tested, look at the results, and this is what we have coming for the next 3 months.
Rudy, I agree with you. I'll make a proposal that we increase the freight and postage from $187 to $200.
So just for
Is that
point of,
gonna be-
Or maybe,
point
250,
of
something like that.
clarification, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just want to make sure so we're all talking. In Lake Patricia, every additional postage at the normal rate of 51 cents. So as long as the weight and the size isn't too large, is $37.23. So that's
Per
just
mailing.
increasing it. That's for per mailing, correct?
Right. So we need to. So in my opinion, I think if we do twice minimum, let's just budget an extra for Lake Patricia. Remember, Angel, you guys can do the same for Lake Hilda if you,
Well,
if you
that's
like
what
that.
I'm saying. Whatever's done in one lake should be done in the other lake.
I agree 100%, and that's why I love you, Angel, man. Because I like the one that hey, listen, whatever they got, because we've been through this before, right? Where Lake Hilda just wasn't on that same page. I think you were at that meeting, so I just don't want to put words in your lake or do things or that we don't, you may not want. That's all.
So
Yeah,
I'll make the proposal that we increase the amount to, let's set whatever the amount we
$100.
want.
Yeah.
No,
Okay,
I agree. I think it's a good idea.
So do we need a motion for that, Melissa? Or that
Yes,
could just
we
be a
do.
you know,
You
something
hit it-
to add on
Yeah,
to the budget.
we need a
and
motion
then
there.
we'll approve the budget at the end of this meeting.
So I made the adjustment on the budget based on the discussion. This budget is not being approved tonight. We will have another meeting, but that's why this discussion is here to kind of give me some direction. I changed the 187 from 5 meetings to 6 meetings. I don't know if you can all see it on the screen. So the amount now has increased to 224, and I had put a minimum of 6 meetings. I will do the same once we move down to Lake Hilda, but since we are still on Lake Patricia, I won't make that adjustment just yet. And then I took it from the reserve, so your reserve amount reduced now to $9,978. Any questions?
No, Melissa, one other point of clarification that I want to give also is when we have these little notices that Advisory Board Uredo brought up, if we have an update that we want to provide, we can always time it so it goes out with a regularly programmed information for a meeting. So we can still send these individual items, the topics that aren't just pertaining to a meeting. We're talking about, hey, we're getting close to the summer months. Here's some summer information on how you can maintain your lake. We can still stuff that with a regularly scheduled June meeting, so we can take advantage of the mailings we're already approving.
Good point, Jeremy. But so I think
Jeremy.
so I think one, it should be more than enough.
Good.
So are we good? Should I move on now to Lake Hilda? Are we ready?
Is that it with the line items for Lake Patricia? I'm sorry, on my phone
Yes.
I can't see the intent. Okay.
Yes.
So we went through the regular maintenance of the lake.
Yes, the budget is $13,400.
We might want to
Okay.
clarify because he's on his phone. So yeah, that 13,400, Rudy, is going to be the 18 services at 9,720 with our annual fish stocking of 1,500 and additional services of 2,100, the $2,180.
All right, so I'm on the fence here with the service. I'm still not pleased. I'm still not convinced with the service. I know that I've spoken to a few individuals on having to bring an expert, just dedicated to assess our lakes, take a look at the studies that were done, right? See how they're composed, and provide us with a scope of work. Because I don't know why I have a feeling we're gonna continue on spinning our wheels here. Summer's coming, knocking on our door already. We're seeing it. And I don't think this is gonna work. And if we're doing the budget now, it's the time. Not when the budget's approved. Not when we're like, oh, we should have done it, 5 months ago, and now we have to go dig into the $9,000, in reserves or savings. So, how does everyone feel about that? And again, when I'm speaking against Lake Patricia, I speak for Lake Hilda. How does everyone feel about, hey? Rudy,
I agree with you, Rudy. I'm not 100% confident. I know we have seen significant improvements, but I've been here for 31 years, And I remember what it was like when I moved in, and it were far from being there. It was so much better. And my shoreline, I can see the weeds, not on the surface of the water, under the water, but they're so close to the shoreline. It's like maybe a couple of feet away from the shoreline. And it's ugly, and that's not the way it used to be. My goal is to see it a lot better than it is. Even though we made progress, I'm not confident that that's going to be it. I don't think we should continue with this level of service. That's my personal opinion. I think it should be improved.
I'd like to add that any service provider, their performance should be audited. Who's qualified to audit them, I don't know, but I would reach out to Jeremy and suggest that you have resources to inquire of other lakes, of other municipalities. How do you go about auditing the quality of service that you receive? And if you can give us some feedback from that, I think we are better equipped to find out how to judge if we are getting the best value for our dollar.
So that's going to come at a cost when it comes to the water testing and the intricacies of the level of testing we want. So just know that is going to eventually hinder a huge chunk of reserves and anything that we save. One, and then the other side is, as you mentioned, we do canvass other providers in the area that are servicing lakes within the town. And we check in on what their level of service is and what they're providing to that lake. And you'll see that the scope isn't that much different, other than an increased frequency of blue dye, an increased frequency of some forms of debris management. But other than that, there isn't anything. And obviously, I'm leaving out aeration because that's going to be one of the biggest proponents and something we've discussed. But other than that, the level of, I wouldn't say the level of service, but the services provided and rendered are pretty much aligned with what we are proposing here. We reach out to other vendors to check in on them. But now, as you mentioned, if we're looking at a serious quality assurance where we're looking at a full lake study in comparison, that is going to become something that is going to become costly down the road.
In my experience,
I was under the impression, I'm sorry.
Jeremy, in my experience, what you're describing is accurate, and I think people always, this is a generalization, people all too frequently want service improved, but they're not exactly sure what that means. And I would toss the ball to Rudy to ask, what exactly does it mean when you say you think it could be done better? And I don't know the answer to that. And other service providers aren't able to tell us that either. So it's subjective, perhaps, and that makes it very difficult to get our arms around to a legislative body to make some changes.
Sam, I have been here for a long time, and when I moved in, I didn't see weeds, no weeds anywhere, none whatsoever. Over the years, it's gotten worse and worse and worse. So, I mean, to me, that's very clear. I mean, I remember when we didn't have weeds.
I was gonna say, and I know I mentioned this in one of the first meetings we had. The service is like what Jeremy says. It could be better somewhere else. It could not. It could be the same. My opinion. I'm no lake expert, but maybe I feel like we're starting the two maybe a little too late or too soon. With the warmer weather, but then again, I'm not sure. I feel like when we start the two, we're starting behind the 8 ball. But we couldn't talk about that.
And we're just so you guys can know, and to answer Sam's question, where I'm trying to go with it is, the last time I checked, no one on this board is qualified, of course, to provide any kind of feedback as to what the scope of work should be for that lake. But it is our responsibility, in my opinion, since this has started, right, and we want to do things the right way, is to hire the right individual. And yes, everything costs us money. Nothing is for free. It's hire the needed individual and to see those studies and to tell us, hey, what you need to do is 3 dyes a month and throw a couple of fishes and you'll be fine. Then guess what? If that's what it was, then it is what it is. But what I don't want to continue in doing is just have a company, either they're qualified or not, right? And I'll put a perfect example, elevators, right? When we do a whole full renovation of elevators in my industry, we get an expert. And that expert is the one that basically puts the scope of work. It says what kind of equipment goes in there. Even it goes as far as the maintenance service agreement and says, how it needs to be serviced. And I think that's the path. And I've had this conversation with Daniel, not sure if I had it with Jeremy as well. And we've gone back and forth as to how can we go about this. And I think in the best interest of not just keep throwing money away and just tell the residents every time we're walking, they see us as, what's going on with the legs? Well, I don't know. Did you show up to the meeting? We're doing what we can. We're making it look like a toilet, not to the sun shine in the bottom, and we're stocking. That's not the answers that we should be giving to our residents. I think that we're here to make sure that we do the best that we can, make informed and educated decisions. And like, again, Sam, it's not an audit, right? Because we're not auditing, the numbers here, but we are the lake. That's my opinion. Now, of course, we don't know how much this is going to cost us at this point in time. But the legwork, we need to start getting to that. We need to start looking for who can do this. And if it's $100,000, then in that case, I say, you know what? Maybe it's outside of our boundaries. But we did that. We didn't just turn around and say, well, how do you guys go about it? Well, we just basically go on what that lake does and that lake does. And it works out for them. So we kind of use the same idea and the same concept. Just pretty much all the lakes in Miami Lakes are the same. I don't know if I'm making myself, understand here. Sorry if I just go back.
Well, I think that, if it's an investment up front, it's going to last us with that feedback, that professional input and expertise to last us for years. It gives us a baseline. We know we're on the right track. And then going forward, it's not like we're going to have to do that every year or anything. You get that expertise information, and then you.
Did we lose Patrice?
Yeah, we lost her.
Patrice, you got muted.
Did you hear what I said at all?
Not the end.
Not the last part.
No, just basically that. I just think it's worth the front end cost to last us, for several years probably with that information. They're going to be valuable information, give us a good baseline, know that we're on the right track, and feel confident in what we're doing. Because we might find ourselves in 5 years saying, we've been doing this all along and we're really not where we want to be. So
100%.
This is new, and we're just starting, out on this with this, committee. Maybe it's worth that, examination of this at a professional level, and then be able to move forward and feel more confident with what we're doing.
And they have the reports, by the way, guys. These reports are the ones that, in my opinion, cost the most money here. So they'll have those reports handy to them. They're not going to have to go dive and see what's on the bottom of the lake, right? They have the reports to review them and then just kind of provide an assessment and tell us, look, this is what I feel the scope of work should be. This is how you should be maintaining your lake. And maybe that's not the answer, but in my opinion, I think we're on the right track going that way.
Jeremy, this is Angel on a little different note. Last meeting or whatever, I asked to see if we could get some of the money from the drainage, because the flooding and so forth is part of the lake problem, or probably the biggest part of the lake problem. Were you able to ask anybody about it, if we could get some of that money for the aerators, which then would improve our quality of the lakes?
I didn't get in contact. Danny, did you have information from Public Works on the stormwater drainage grants, and if there's any way to tap that? I did not get in contact with Public Works.
Yeah, no, I didn't either. But my understanding of that stormwater, it's a special revenue fund that could only be used for actual stormwater projects.
Right, which they're dumping the water into the lake. So that is an actual stormwater project.
Yeah, but we would clarify with Public Works and our grants team, but the way that I think that special revenue fund is only for drainage projects.
Well, I mean, the lake residents are paying for the storm drainage problem that they create. And I think the council maybe should address it and say, hey, you're correct. The storm drainage is flooding the lakes with all contaminants from all the cars, all the lawns, everything else. We should at least give them the aeration portion to improve the lakes.
In Lake Patricia, dry lot owners were historically given a bill much less than a lakefront owner because of their issue of runoff. You have drainage culverts that run 1 block away from the lake where runoff begins and it gets dumped into the lake. And so there was a financial responsibility to dry lot owners historically in Lake Patricia as well.
So if we could at least please try to get an answer for us on this issue.
I'll get clarification
email,
directly.
Let us know what's going on or whatever.
I'll get clarification on the actual scope and what is included and what is outlined from Public Works directly on that, and I'll email the entire board this week.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
So I'd like to hear from the other board members. What do you guys think about that proposal as to getting, an expert coming out, assess these reports, and provide us some kind of scope of work and how these lakes should be maintained?
I think that's what FIU did years ago. They were sort of a neutral, unbiased expert. They would sort of get my vote.
Right, but they only provided a report on the conditions of the lake. They never said this is the way you got to be. They have to. I mean, as far as my information goes, it doesn't say there how should we be maintaining them. So I don't know if they're capable of providing that from us. I don't know that part. But what I'd like to know is how does the board members feel? Is that something you guys you want to take a bite at it, or no, not really? Let's continue with what we have.
No, I would say let's reach out to them and see if they can provide that.
Yeah, that's what I would do.
Yeah,
That would be a starting point.
Yeah, it's definitely
And maybe FIU can expand the scope to give recommendations going forward.
Yes.
Definitely agree. It's worth exploring and finding out more information.
Hey guys, I'm curious because I'm going to jump in here. I know that you guys keep on referring to a 2008 FIU report, but I'm not sure you guys are aware that in 2018, the town did undertake a lake water quarterly best management practice and recommendations, where we actually tested all the lakes in the town. And there was a report that was generated by a third party, and it's on our website. And what I'm going to have Jeremy do is he's going to email each and every one of you tomorrow, because I think that's kind of what you guys are looking at. You guys are looking for somebody that compiles all this information, get all the different water testing, and compile a best management practices. And I don't think, just hearing from what I'm hearing from you, I don't think you guys have had access to this or have reviewed this product that was published back in 2018 by the town.
Danny, that's the one that I was referring to. I'm sorry if I associated with it with FIU, but that's the one that I was referring to. I looked at it on the website a couple of years ago.
Just looking at the table of contents, they talk about shoreline management, lake management, wildlife and pet management, lawn management, stormwater management, illicit discharge management, and common lake issues, and BMP recommendations, best management practice recommendations, about a 43-page document that I think is gonna at least get this ball rolling. And then after this, and then maybe we can make an assessment if you guys want to dig deeper into something else that Rudy's referring to.
Danny, the only thing that I'm concerned is that best practice, it's not a scope of work, right? You can have a list of 350 things to do, but somebody coming out here, looking at Lake Patricia, looking at Lake Hilda, reading those reports, then they can put a scope of work for maintenance. Because again, best practice is one thing, but a scope of work specific to the needs of that lake is something completely different. But yes, this can be a starting point. That's the reason why I said we can use these reports, but to give it to that expert. Not for, in my opinion, I wouldn't want to put you guys to start going through all these reports unless you guys want to take a bite at it, but we're still going to need the expert. No questions asked, we're going to need the expert.
And when you say, Rudy, develop the scope, are you referring to, hey, instead of 18 services, let's up it to 24 services? Is that what you're referring to?
not necessarily with the services, but maybe the different type of chemicals they're putting on the water and different things that they can be treating the lake with. So not necessarily because anybody can, if I all of a sudden put 30 services, right, I'm going to shock the lake. So not necessarily just the numbers of service. I think that's a pretty easy one. I just want to go a little deep. Again, I'm not an expert. I feel comfortable enough that if we get an expert, okay, or wherever, a company, another company that they may have that, you know, in their on their payroll, whatever it is, in their company saying, hey, yes, this is an expert. We'll go out there, we'll assess the lake, we'll look at these reports and give you a scope of work on what the service should be.
Well, especially now, if in fact, you know, as reported, the E. coli is prevalent and high. So we're not doing something then. Something needs to be addressed in respect to that. So this would be something I would imagine we would gain as a result of somebody like that, looking at those reports, getting updated current information, you know, and then providing that scope.
And Rudy, just going back to the scope, what is it exactly that you want the lake? Like, what's the benchmark here?
Well, I honestly, Danny, I don't know. I'm looking at it in the sense of, I just put the perfect example, right? Elevators. If I'm doing a full renovation, I'm going to hire an expert on there, right? I'm not going to get the ones that they have the company. I'm going to hire, and actually, let me use the words, it's a consultant, right? This consultant, I'm going to hire him. He's going to come in. He's going to assess all my 4 elevators, 7, whatever it is that I have, okay? And he's going to put a scope of work A through Z, including a maintenance contract agreement in terms and condition for the entire project. That's what I'm looking for. I don't know maybe how to explain myself when it comes to the lake. It's just, again, an expert that will come in, reviews the report, maybe does a couple of quality tests on the waters, confirms all the information and say, hey, look, this is the way you should be maintaining, you know, a basic, right? This is the way you should be maintaining your lakes. You should be doing this many, you know, this many services. You should be using, what do you call it? This chemicals for this. Maybe you're doing too much of the dye. You can do something else. Pretty much a third party, non-biased.
Yeah, more of a water management type person that manages your water quality, where chemicals can be added or subtracted monthly depending on how the lake, you know, looks.
Right. Yeah, Danny. I guess what we're looking for is like a baseline, like and basically what we've been doing for the last few years that we haven't been seeing. We see some difference, but then it goes back to the same old thing in the summer, and we just need some. Hey, listen, we've been doing this. We upped it this many times. We upped it this many times, and it keeps going back. What are we doing wrong? What are they doing wrong? And how can we start getting this correct? So it could be like back when Gisela said, you know, there was no weeds, no algae or any of that stuff, you know.
If you don't mind, I can provide at least 2 specific directions for this conversation, one of which, and the most important one is, if we fail a test for swimming, there's a real big problem. So that should be huge. Item number 1. And item number 2, since we're on the budget, is whatever we're talking about affordable? Is that something that we want to approve in a budget? So those 2 items, I think, provide some initial direction for us to pursue tangible qualification standards for lake care and our doing our due diligence.
Yeah, and Sam, that's a great point. I'm with you, and I'm still surprised that the county has these tests and they know that there's residents that are adjacent to these lakes and they never release this to at least to the town of Miami Lakes.
I can tell you, if there was an attorney on this commission listening to this, he would be thinking of where he'd like to devote the time for his practice.
Absolutely. That's very concerning. Very, very concerning that we were not alerted about that.
You know, so many things get woven into a budget. It's difficult to encapsulate things in a few words when budgets cover so much. But I think the points I was making help us stay on course to our objectives of being overseers of the lakes.
All right, so do we have a motion to dedicate funding for a professional expert to develop a scope for the ongoing maintenance of Lake Patricia?
Danny, I wouldn't call it, and maybe we just have to reword it again. The dedicate. I think this is a workshop, right? This is the first time. I know we get a second shot, correct?
Yeah. So this whole process is to see if we want to allocate funding. We don't have to make a decision today. We are going to have a meeting next month. I will point out to the board that by June 1st, we do have to report to the council. So I think we only have one more meeting left to chop this up and figure out what we want to do. So I kind of wanted this meeting to give us a head start to see how we start working out these numbers to meet what you're recommending.
Do you think that between now and the next meeting, we can have maybe a quote on what it would cost to, or who would handle that to get someone out and see what the quote would be for someone to give us that evaluation?
I mean, we would have to allocate some type of funding. I mean, we'll see if there's anybody out there who's come out to free and to give us some type of quote on that. But also, we have to go through the procurement process. Anything that's over $5,000, we have to get 3 quotes. So it's a little time consuming. And if it goes over $15,000, we have to go out to bid. That takes about 21 days. We have to award it to the vendor. So it's not like we have a lot of time here.
Right, that was my concern.
What are we looking at, Danny? What are we looking at money? I mean, I know you've done these before. What do you think it's a reasonable number? And again, I know we have a little cushion if needed to be, or maybe this wouldn't be the year. I don't know, but what are you looking at? If you think adding $5,000 to the budget for each lake?
Yeah, Rudy, I'm not sure. I mean, I know in our procurement ordinance, the manager has a $25,000 cap on professional services. I've seen these type of studies go anywhere between $15,000 to $25,000. And again, we have to provide this expert benchmarks, guidelines. What is it that you all want to look? Do you guys want a swimmable lake, no weeds? So he could build that scope according to what the board needs. That's what we need direction as well too. Because we could call them out there, hey, we have a board, they want a clean lake, give us a scope. And to be honest with you, a lot of the language in our current contract, we got it from Miami-Dade County, who has a team of scientists, experts, who put all this effort into their contracts for all the contracts that they manage in Miami-Dade County. So, I mean, just keep that into consideration as well too. This is not something that we're just grabbing and saying, oh, this is how we recommend lakes. No, we took consideration into what the experts are doing already. Miami-Dade County being one of those. They have wastewater management, DERB, all these different experts that are putting their input into these type of contracts.
Yeah, but they're maintaining lakes, not for people to get in and swim.
No, they do. They maintain hundreds and hundreds of lakes throughout the entire county that are residential lakes. Remember, we branched off of that. That's how Lake Patricia, Lake Hilda came to the council, because you guys were under the county management before, under that previous council.
Right. Well, I personally think that, and I think we've said it, what we have is not working. And basically, I think what we're looking for is for a vendor on swimmable year-round lakes, right? No weeds visible, maybe from the shoreline. Something basic. Look, I don't want to drag this, but I do want to make sure that we look into this, and that we're going to do it. We're going to do it right, because it's going to happen. You're going to see it.
But Rudy, we need direction. Is it a motion? Like, I need direction so we can have staff work on whatever it is.
Yeah, but the problem is, okay, so we'll give you direction. The motion can be made so you guys can, but then funding wise, like Ruben says, we're going to have something at least for the next meeting that we can review and say, okay, we can add it on to the budget. But if we're not, then what good does it do? We're sitting ourselves into the same position again. And I know you're trying to get a budget, by June, but now we're being, we're telling the town, right, staff, what we're looking for. But now you're telling me there's a time limit, and we need this, and we need procurement, and we need that, and it's going to, and before you know it, the budget's going to get approved, and we're going to be in the same thing. June comes around, weeds all over the place, the algae on the bottom, on the top of the lake, and then this board's going to be looked at like, what are you guys doing? You're spending my money, and the lake still doesn't look the way it should be looked.
Excuse me for saying so, but it's almost 10 o'clock. Can we try and move things in a direction that's approaching completion?
I've been asking for it.
It's just that we're in a position now, Sam, that it's like a decision that we got to make. If not, we're just going to be talking about this for another year.
Okay.
We make a motion to do it, and whatever happens, I mean.
As the chairman, I would urge you to move us in that direction.
I mean, if we're up to me, I don't want to keep talking about the same old, same old. I mean, I would like to make a motion to see if we can get this done, not by the next meeting. If we can't, then we're out there, but see if we can get some quotes on maybe on a consultant to get this lake and Lake Hilda, if they want also, you know, inspected and put in the direction that we need to go to not be happy as residents of the lake.
I think
let's second that motion. Hold on, Angel. I'll second that motion. So then we can open up. And really quick, I apologize. Sam, I understand that it's 10 o'clock. But this is important, man. This is important. And we need to take the time to go through all this and to make sure that we make the right decisions. And if we continue, because it's too late, to just pass on the bucket and pass on and move it on. And again, I don't want to drag it. I think you agree, right? If we know what we want, a motion is done, there's a second, and we can finalize it. But these are things that need to take time.
Here's an example of our efficiency. We have a contract with the supposed expert, but we're not talking to them about these matters. We're assuming that we need to talk to somebody else. Nobody said, hey, let's bring these people in here and provide some commentary, some feedback.
Sam, sorry to cut you off, man. I apologize, but we have been doing that for the past 3 years. I personally have been doing that. So we have been talking to these people, and every year it's the same story. I've been talking to Danny for the longest time. I've been talking to these vendors for the longest time. And it's the same story year after year after year.
I was with Rudy about 3 when we had them come out, and they said that that's just a normal thing that the lakes, and I know I'm young to the lake. I've only been there about 4.5, 5 years, but I can know that my first couple of years, the lake did not look nearly as bad as it looks now. It looked as beautiful as Gisela said it was. And it's just, I was in the start of the process with Rudy during that time, and they said that it's just a normal thing, but it hasn't been a normal thing. Lake Patricia's was one of the most beautiful lakes in Miami Lakes, and it's changed. So, I mean, we need to figure something out, because the last 3 years of them, their consultant and their expertise hasn't worked.
Guys, correct me if I'm wrong. Before the town took over, I believe it was under the county, and you guys had a vendor, Aquagenics. And I think that they were kicked out because they kept the lake too blue. Is that accurate?
Negative.
Okay.
I believe they were underbid.
No, I'm talking about under the county management.
No, that's negative. Okay. That's negative. They were definitely underbid. When Sam was taking right before Sam, pretty much said, hey, look, I've done my share of work here. That is correct. They were definitely underbid. I don't think that company was given the opportunity to provide the numbers of service. But they all go back to the same thing. I've met with Aquagenics. We paid them right before we went into the county. And all these companies, they do the same thing. I've been dealing with them for the past, and I know Sam and whoever else has been dealing for many, many more years. But about 11 years, or not 11 years, give or take 5, 6, or probably about 7 or 8 years that we started dealing with Aquagenics. It was the same thing. They came back and said, yes, blew the toilet, blew the lake. This is going to help. Add on and nothing. We kept spinning our wheels. Now we have a new company with the county. Same thing. They come out. We spend $1,000 in stock in the lake. No results. So that's what I'm saying. We have been going to these companies. We have been, utilizing their expertise, but it's not going nowhere. So go ahead.
I was going to add, it's a lake. It's a creature of nature. It's a biological event. It's not a swimming pool that you can control with chemicals and a flip of a switch. It is going to change. It's going to have cycles, and it's going to have effects due to weather and many other factors of science that I'm not equipped to address. But it isn't a static thing that we can control as much as you implied. And some of that give and take is part of your frustration, I think, that you have to live with.
I think you're right, but I'm going to agree to disagree with you, Sam.
Okay.
We were there at one point, and you are right. Things change, right? But no, I think we just haven't been provided the right service. That's in my opinion.
I think that by this expert consultant we will find out if that's the case. I mean, I have heard other things, like when these people came and we spoke to them a couple of years ago, they mentioned a lot of things, maybe the ducks. I heard a lot of people put koi in our lake, and there's a lady that they said the koi lettuce is not good, and it takes over the lake, and they said they have seen that over in front of you on your side of the lake, and it's getting more and more around the lake, and they say that's not good for the lake either. So there's a lot of things that are probably making the lake that is not just maybe the company, but we need because we need to, if it is the lettuce, if it is the ducks, and we do all that, and maybe that's the case, and our lakes come back to looking the way they were and not in the summer or whatever, maybe that's what we need to do, but we need to find that out. I don't know how else to find it out without having a consultant come out or an expert, or if it's just, and maybe they'll just say, hey, it's science. I don't know. It's just the weather, the time, the climate. I don't know.
Well, why don't we touch bases with a guy from FIU, the professor out there, and see if he can give us some guidance.
Who has
I think that's a good start. You want somebody to put forth a motion for that, Ruben?
Go for it. Go for it, Sam.
I motion that we engage the FIU Chief of Limnology to help us with an assessment of our needs.
And I second it. Who has that? Danny, you have that contact of that? Was that the person that did the last study, or who was the FIU study done? Was that the one that you said in 2018, or was that the county?
That was back in 2008, the FIU study. But I'm sure we can make contact with whoever, if that gentleman's still involved, or whoever's out there now. I'm sure we can make contact with them and put in a request.
Awesome. Thank you.
Is the motion voted on?
No, not yet.
Comments?
No, I think we're
all for the question.
I think we're good. Motion to have the FIU, pass.
Yeah, there was a second. I think we're good. We can proceed in voting on that motion.
Okay.
So if all in favor, say aye.
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 All against?
Yes,
Okay,
please.
so the ayes have it. So with regards to service, guys, and please don't beat me up, Sam, but I got something else. The ducks and the iguanas. I'm gonna volunteer, and I'm gonna find the experts, which we've used in my industry, and I'm gonna bring a proposal for the next meeting. Okay, I'm gonna send it as soon as I have it. I'm gonna send it to Jeremy. I'm gonna have him circulate it to you guys so we can discuss it, for the day of the meeting. But I propose that we bring these services to remove these iguanas and these ducks that all they're doing is, nothing good to the lakes and nothing good to the environment.
Can you include the geese? They are a non-native species also.
I sure can. Is that okay with everybody?
Yes.
Rudy, the only issue is if we don't get all the other lakes to go in on it, they'll just come from the lakes. As soon as we get rid of ours, they'll be back here again. So we got to try to see if we can get everybody to agree to do the project.
Is Lewis still on the call?
He is.
Lewis, you think we could get a little bit of backing from the town council to sweep the town?
I can tell you, I'm still on the call, and I can tell you that it's probably one of the most contentious issues. I can tell you when I did it as HOA, as president in the condominium community, Celebration Point, that we had the same issue because the people would feed them. It's not so much a duck problem; it's a human problem.
For sure,
we are the problem. The ducks are not the problem. We're feeding them. We're doing the things that are attracting them, and we're making it comfortable for them. So when you guys bring that issue forward and when you get an eradication service out there, all hell breaks loose, because the animal rights people, the people who love the ducks, they don't see the other part that's being created, and they don't see us as a problem. But that's when the people start kicking and screaming. So the other point is, if you don't take a universal approach, and I think somebody just mentioned, I don't know if it was Sam, they're just going to migrate until you change the human behavior. And that was one of the things that I think, Rudy, that I took away from when you hosted the Neighborhood Improvement Committee. I think Ron McGill, because he talked about duck and he talked about the invasive species that we have. It's not so much we can try to control that, but until we don't get the people stop feeding them and putting food out for them, they're going to keep on repopulating. So we either commit to a long-term ongoing expense universally, right, throughout the entire town, and that's an education process. And I know, Rudy, you've already taken some of that on through neighborhood improvement, but it's going to be an issue that's going to continue to raise its head. Politically, it's a hot button issue. Guaranteed.
Yeah, Louis, any chance you can kick that up to the county as well?
The areas that I have seen that fund iguana eradication programs and stuff like that, especially coastal communities, they usually have a hard time refunding that issue, continuing to fund that issue. I don't know if the county has anything for that. I know when I visited Marco Island, they had for a very limited amount of funds, they had like 10,000 that they put towards iguana eradication. And for some reason, it's easier to get rid of the iguanas or get buy-in for people to get rid of the iguanas than it is for the ducks or waterfowl. But I can find out for you guys. I can definitely, see what the county has. I don't know if the county's doing anything for iguana eradication.
Well, the county can help with the migration issue. The county can help with the migration issue. They're in Hialeah just as much as they are here. And if we eradicate, they would transfer from Hialeah, from BSN, from all our neighbors back to here. So a broader sweep would be more useful.
Yeah, like I said, it's a human behavior.
Understood totally. It's going to be a bear.
So my recommendation is that we take one step at a time. And I actually know a couple of lakes in Hialeah that they do it from time to time because it is an ongoing thing, but they don't have a major problem that we have right now. So I say we take one little step at a time because Good. Louis is right. And I know that there's a second phase to this because I've dealt with it. So honestly, I'm not trying to eradicate the entire town of Miami Lakes and the entire county because that fight, honestly, I'm telling you right now, I'm not going to fight it. I'd rather spend $50,000, $60,000 on a pool in the back of my house and just have the lake for pretty and not swim in it. Because I know I'm not going to win that battle. But we could fight the Lake Patricia and the Lake Hilda and one step at a time. And if they come back, then we take care of it, right? It's like regular maintenance. Things break, we fix them. We need to paint it, we paint them again. That's it. And it's upkeeping.
I would be behind that. I would be alongside of you, Rudy, in that effort.
Great. Anybody else?
Yeah, I agree with it. I mean, and we're just going to have to reinforce and call people out. Personally, I will when I see them feeding ducks. And I don't know that anybody feeds iguanas. However, I'm sure they do. But, it's that educational aspect that has to be reinforced.
Chris, what do you think?
I think everybody's got your back, Rudy, for the most part. I mean,
that they never said I was supposed to do that.
Okay. All right. So I'll get those.
Awesome. And they get caught in the second base.
Somebody, Chris, you're mute.
Yeah, I caught that one.
So okay, I'll move forward. I'll get those proposals. I'll send them as soon as possible to Jeremy. Have them circulated, and we'll visit it on our next meeting.
Okay. I mean, if there's nothing else, I think we pretty much hit future considerations on all the things we were talking about. Unless there's anything else anybody wants to add. I mean, I know Sam wants to go to bed. If anybody else is in favor for that, and we're done. Anybody want to adjourn the meeting?
We do have to run.
Very productive.
We got to go through Lake Hilda.
We have Lake Hilda.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry, Angel.
You got another 2 hours, Sam.
The only thing that I see is it still says 5 meetings. If we change it to 6, like Patricia, we're good.
It says hi again, everyone.
Hi.
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to move away from Lake Patricia and we're going to move into Lake Hilda. So I did change it on Lake Patricia from 5 to 6 meetings. And I will now I'll change it now as I go through this budget here on Lake Hilda. So Lake Hilda has 111 units. and their assessment rate is $157.92. The estimated amount that we will receive is $17,529. Again, as I mentioned with Lake Patricia, we reduce it by 5% due to discounts and delayed payments, etc. The projected carry forward amount for Lake Hilda is $14,536. As I mentioned, that amount can change. It can go up or down, probably about 2,000. Yes.
Melissa, I'm sorry to bother you. Is there a way you can put that back up? Is for the residents of Hilda, they can see what you're talking about?
Oh, you don't see my screen?
No, I don't. I don't know if anybody else does. Maybe I'm in the wrong section.
Yeah, I can see it fine.
Yeah, you might have changed your view.
Okay, disregard. Go ahead. I'll find it.
No worries. Do you want me to wait a second to see if you can get it? Okay, I'm going to continue. So the projected carry forward balance for Lake Hilda is $14,536, and as I was saying, it can either go up or down, probably about $2,000. It all depends on how you end the current fiscal year. The administrative overhead, again, is 8.5% of the operating expenses, which is $1,108. The freight and postage right now is calculated at 5 meetings. I will change that to reflect the 6, which would be at 6 meetings to be able to match then Lake Patricia. The water treatment service for Lake Hilda is $12,300.
Melissa, question. Yes. Why are we adding less fish to Lake Hilda? It's almost half the amount of the budget dedicated to the fish.
I believe it's because the lake is smaller. I'm not sure. That might be a question for Jeremy, or even for our water treatment provider.
It's done by acreage of the lake, but I thought ours was comparable or larger than Patricia.
It is larger. You guys should be paying more for that yearly stocking.
So it's based off of the services and the level of service that we had said before. This was actually added recently to Lake Hilda and is now increased. We can look at increasing and diversifying the type of fish stockings we want. But this was based off of when last year we went ahead and put the first stocking in, which I don't believe was done the year before with Lake Hilda. And it was basically
paid twice to have fish put in. One time was like 1,200, and the next time was like 700 or 800 fish.
Do we know when?
I'd say increase it to equal as Patricia at least, or go by the acreage that it's required.
And then also keep in mind it depends on the variety of the fish you're adding as well.
We had added carp, and then. And some bass, but we need to bring that up.
And my second question, Melissa, what are the additional services?
So that is actually additional services to be determined. That can be used for additional services from going from 18 to, I believe we have enough to suffice for 22 services if we wanted to up it. But those additional services are actually being left for other aspects that we're looking at. We're asking about additional debris removal when we do get into that. We are looking at even looking at the planting of some shoreline vegetation to help with the water quality, which, just so we're all clear, that down the road will become an issue with the sand carp, because they would actually eat some of the shoreline vegetation or any other submerged vegetation that we would put. But that's basically left there for consideration. That's almost acting as the difference from when we switched contracts from the county's Solitude contract to the one that we were able to negotiate.
Thank you.
So I adjusted the water treatment service, and I upped the annual fish stocking to be $1,500. So the budget now is $13,000. Printing and binding is the same, $100. General advertisement, $350. And then your contingency reserve, actually, because I adjusted the budget now, actually changes. Hold on a Why is it not opening?
Melissa, the 10% minimum is based off the total revenues?
It's based off the total budget. However, because there's a surplus, what I did, because we have to have a zero-based budget, this has to be zero. I added the difference of whatever you have in carry forward here. So that's why you see the 16. 16 is not 10%. The 16 is the 10% and whatever the contingency amount, which is 15,526.
Thank you.
I got a question. Chris, are you on?
I am, Rudy. What's up?
Christian, you mentioned drenching. Somebody had said that for Lake Hilda. Do we even have a price tag on something like that? What would it cost?
Well, I called around different companies, and some of those companies had done work on Lake Hilda years ago. And, you know, I was just going back and forth with this last company that we had. And the guy told me that basically, he goes, the Lake Hilda wants to become a swamp again. Just naturally, these lakes want to become back what they're supposed to be, which is a swamp. So he says the only thing that controls it from being a swamp is depth control. So he says it's upwards of like $50,000 to dredge some of these lakes. So it's obviously they would, you know, maybe dredge the edges is kind of where we get all that soot. But he said it can be done, and they recommend it. It's just you have to have the money. But he says if you really want to keep the lake to those levels of pristine, swimmable, ideal, beautiful conditions, he says you have to have depth control, and you need to have it dredged at the end of the day. He goes, this is a swamp. Mother Nature wants to become a swamp again.
Yeah, we're going to need somebody to do some research on grants and stuff to maybe get them both done.
That's a great idea, actually.
Because this is one thing, guys, that maybe we should create in the near future, a line item, and just kind of start filling in it, you know, either be $1,000, you know, whatever, $5,000 a year. I don't know, because if it's something that's going to help the ecosystem of these lakes, and just get healthier lakes overall, then maybe we should start saving for this thing. How would Danny or Jeremy, how can we go about further researching these drench services?
I can go ahead and begin to ask some of the, getting a preliminary, I guess, market value of what dredging would be at the acreages of lakes, and we'll be able to get an idea of the figure. And then moving forward, if we wanted exact numbers, we can put together something to actually go ahead and request quotes, official quotes based off of whatever set parameters and scope we want for this.
Okay, I said it's something to look into it.
So the surplus that you will have in Lake Hilda would be 14,730. Now you can choose to either continue to carry that forward and save it for aeration or some other project or dredging or whatever you as a board decide, or you can also reduce the assessment rate to a lower amount. But that is the decision of the board. But just to let you see, the 10% of minimum reserve, the required 10% is 1,496, and then this would be your surplus, the 14,730.
Let me ask a question that might be, how many years would it take us to reach the threshold of, let's say, $50,000 for dredging? Would it take 5 years, 10 years, or?
I mean, that would depend. That would depend on you as a board. You can decide that you want to.
At the rate we're going right now, without, no major changes.
So without any major changes, I mean, I foresee that you'll probably continue to just carry forward about $14,000, maybe an extra 500 or 1,000 every year. But if you want to make a significant impact where you want to be able to have $50,000 sooner rather than later, then the answer would be to increase your assessment rate.
So you're saying we're carrying over 14,000 roughly every year?
Currently, right now, yes. So if you look,
you
right now,
4 years, then we could do it.
you're not carrying an additional 14,000 every year. You're just carrying forward 14,000.
Oh, okay, okay. So what are we carrying forward every year? $1,000 or a couple thousand?
So I believe this year, give me 1 second.
And Angel, really quick, for 10 years and $50,000, you're looking about $5,000 a year.
Yeah. But I think we're only carrying over like 1,000 or something, so.
Right, you're not carrying any near the $5,000.
Yeah.
Right?
So this year, going into the current year that you're in, you carried over $1,238.
Yeah.
So you're really not carrying a significant amount. You're just kind of keeping the same amount going forward, maybe 1,000 extra. So if you wanted to make a decision like that to have about $50,000, you would have to increase your assessment rate.
Okay, thank you.
No problem, sir.
Melissa, will you be able to calculate really quick $50,000 in the next 10 years? How much do each of us would have to budget yearly? And how much would that impact our annual maintenance?
While Melissa's doing that, does anybody have an idea of how long the dredging lasts before it has to be done again, or it's impacted again? Is this something that lasts a long time? Is it worth?
Well, figure these lakes were dredged they were made back in the 60s. So figure they're probably going to be good for a couple decades, I would imagine. We're at that point now that it's going to be dredged, so figure close to 50 years or more.
It probably depends too on how good of a job we do in keeping it clean.
Absolutely right about that.
I know Hilda was like a disaster for years, so, you know, but if it was kept clean, it might be quite a while.
So I calculated what 50,000 would be divided by the number of units. So let's say just for 1 year. In addition to your 157 assessment for Lake Hilda, you would have to then increase the assessment rate to about $450. So you're looking at about $610. Like, let's say you wanted to get just the 50,000 off for next year, $610. You would have to raise the assessment rate to. Yeah. But it would be for 1 year. Now, if you would split that within 2 years, then I guess you would split the cost.
It's not in that direction. It's in that direction.
What are you talking about?
You came from that direction.
Good.
So
that would be like $610 per household.
Yes, per unit.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Not bad at all.
So it's just something for you to think about, I guess, and see what direction you all want to go through, so we can make sure we implement it in the budget and move forward with any procurement process we need to go through here in the town.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. Any other questions regarding the budget? So I don't see or have, I guess no one else has any other questions. So I'm going to turn it back over to Jeremy and to the chair.
Melissa, this is Louis. If you were to take on one of those big projects, doesn't that kick in the straw ballot initiatives?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, it does.
So that's another consideration for the committee, that if you're gonna move, and I forgot what the threshold limit, if you're gonna move on a special project in excess of X, it has to be voted on.
15%. The excess is 15%.
So that's
You are
a future, yeah, that's a future consideration for one of those mail-out pieces that you guys, if that's the direction you're moving on, it's gonna trigger the straw ballot.
And then
So
just
vote-
for clarification, those amounts, those 15%, at last year's budget, which is somewhat similar, you're looking at $2,300. Anything in excess of $2,300 needs to go straw ballot, and then for Lake Hilda, anything in excess of $2,100. So just about anything that we decide in some of these matters will need to go before the entire neighborhood service district.
You can tell it's late, guys.
And then just for clarification, in some initial research I'm looking at, I mean, you're looking at anywhere between $75,000 per acre for dredging, and then you're looking at on average 15 to 20 years you revisit the status of your lake after being dredged to see if it's needed again.
Okay, anybody else got anything else on that? I mean, Rudy?
Hey, I'm good. I'm good, man. I think I already maximized my time, my questions. I don't want to. Sam knows where I live, so I don't want no problem with Sam.
I mean, the dredging does sound like a good investment. It's something that we definitely probably should look into, because if it's something that, I mean, and if it's going to help.
But
But
like,
keep in mind what Vice Mayor.
did they say 50,000 an acre?
75,000 is what this one site I found, and I'm looking for other vendors that have information clearly placed. But right now it says anywhere from $75,000 upward per acre.
Well, that would be, like Hilda. I don't know how many acres we have, but I'm sure it'd be over $300,000. And if we tried to hit the people for that, they'd go crazy.
There goes that idea.
Yep.
Because it's also based a lot on the amount of sediment that you're removing. So that's where the biggest cost really is how much debris you're actually taking from the lake.
Well, the only thing we could do is have somebody look at it and give us a bid.
Right. And maybe look into, you guys said possible grants for that, if possible. I mean,
I mean, I feel pretty confident.
Does the town have a grant person that's all they do is work on grants?
Yes.
Yes.
Could we have them take a quick look and see if there's anything possibly available that we could target?
We can look into it. It's just going to be a little different as this is not a individually owned property. We can go ahead and we'll sit down with our grants and we'll ask her if there's any other special taxing districts that have found any grant funding and see if we can find any that pertain to lakes.
Okay, I appreciate it.
all right, everyone. If there's nothing else, let's try and get everybody to bed. Motion to adjourn the meeting if everything's okay with that.
I'll second that motion.
Okay.
All right, everyone. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Let's vote on that.
Ruben,
Hold on.
Ruben.
Let's vote on that motion.
We're almost tucked in. We're almost tucked in, but not yet.
Still learning. All members in favor of meeting adjourned, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right.
You guys have it. Thank you so much for everything. Thank you, Ruben. Thank you, guys.
No,
thank you to all the staff.
Have a great evening.
Great
Bye-bye.
job, everyone. Good seeing you guys. Take care.
Take care. And thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor, for being here.
No problem. My pleasure. Thank you, guys. Thank you all for participating.